There we go. There's a giant slug in Dark Souls 2 where you're surrounded with poison pots. Forgot the name of it because I didn't care about the name at all. Most bosses in this game I didn't care for, and it's a giant slug and it'll like swallow you and spit you back out naked, kind of thing. Did not like it one bit at all. Hated it with a passion, burning passion. And in high contrast, one of the best boss fights ever, like the three skeletons, that was amazing. So it's design-wise, it's all over the place. Anyways, we're gonna play some Dark Souls 2 from scratch because stupid Steam. But at this point, might as well. Haven't played for a while. Uh, sure. We're gonna skip the cinematic though. As much as I like the story, it doesn't make much sense. So we're gonna, yeah, saving system data. Screw you. So hello, Strix.
Perhaps you see it,
Skip.
maybe in a dream.
Thank you. It's not that I don't care. I just don't understand it. So yeah, Jabba the Hutt. Exactly. That was the boss. I don't think that's his name though. But never had him do that to me. It was consistent for me, and it's basically the only way to avoid it ended up being just don't get hit. And it was like, it's a boss fight. And I don't know if you guys remember my first stream of. Yeah, this is going to be. It's not as wonky as it originally was. So I think I'll be okay. But if you guys remember the first stream I did of Dark Souls, some of these settings had to be adjusted, and I had like background white borders around the grass, and I had borders around like the columns in the background, stuff like that. Visually, the game is it's either my Windows that's patch or the game that's patch. Either way, it looks great. So you said that your friends wanted to check out Black Desert, and that if you didn't like it, you might go back to Final Fantasy XIV. How are things on that front? I just try to breathe at the same time. Not enough to get myself to cough, but ah, there we go. I coughed. All right. So, um, how can I put this? The the situation with Black Desert Online and Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV is designed. It's a really well designed. Can I? Okay, I can only punch. Can I? Do I have a weapon? Is it okay? It's designed well traditionally like an MMO, but it's one of those games that's surprisingly fun to play despite a lot of um. Oh man, I can't concentrate when these things are just like on me. If I get too close, they run away. Oh, is it more like the boos in the Mario? I forgot. Did they just? If I turn around, do they attack me? I think that's what they do. All right, but I'm drawn by the light. Well, while we're at an impasse, I can actually talk. So, um, yeah, Final Fantasy XIV. I find it's great. I finished the main. I was gonna say the single player story, but I guess it is a single player story. But you play it in an MMO. with other people, and I needed I think 10 or 8 people. I think it was 8. I think yeah, I needed 8 people to finish my main story. So that's the MMO part for you, and it was great. The story I never been so attached to NPCs in an MMO. I mean, I enjoyed World of Warcraft for what it was back in vanilla and Burning Crusade. I enjoyed, I still do, Elder Scrolls Online and how they portray their quests and stuff like that because it's none of that kill 10 boars kind of thing. It's they actually have put some thought into their stories, which is great. And Final Fantasy 14 has some good stories also, although they do include a lot of kill 10 of this and that into their quests. Um, right now, we're still playing Black Desert Online, and I say that's because I was playing it. I figured because I told my friends like I was going to be trying out Black Desert Online, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we'll try it too." And I know they're not a fan of the traditional MMOs, the old school type, so they're not going to play Final Fantasy Online. And yeah, and Final Fantasy Online is one of those games where I guess I have more fun playing by myself with other people. What's this? Oh yeah, I've seen this before. And so it's like I wouldn't be surprised that if my friends lose interest in Black Desert Online, that because that's always the risk, right? If you try a new MMO, um, how how lasting the effect it'll be, it'll depend on how your friends will perceive it. If unless you are on your own, and then it's like whatever. Um, so does that answer the question? I feel like I haven't answered at all. I'm just so you got the awesome mount now that plays the Final Fantasy. Well, I turned off the music while mounted because I thought that was annoying as hell. I just keep the. I always play my games with music. Always, 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 always. I never watch a movie while playing a video game. I've never like I put headphones when I play Smash Brothers. I play or Ocarina of Time stuff like that. I always have music. Always, always, always. But when you have I don't like music that like transitions when you're on and off kind of thing with a toggle like mounting. And the Chocobo tune was just too annoying for me to bear. I'm sure that the Final Fantasy VI music is like I understand why it's Final Fantasy VI music because it's the entire point of the mech. But no, I don't have that tune when I mount it. I have the zone, the area's music when it plays. Yeah, my name is Gix. You should remember that because I already talked to you before. Are you sure that's your name? I'm pretty sure it's my name. Is it sad that I can't even reach the first boss in Dark Souls 2? No, it's not sad at all. Perfectly understandable, and I'll tell you why. Because control sucks! If you can't play the game, it doesn't matter how amazing the game is, you can't play it. Now, if you have no problems with the controls and you're just bad, um, I can't help you there. I mean, yeah.
Deep into your past. Yes.
You own all of
J.W.
the Souls games, but you never played them? That's weird. I guess that's kind of what happens to me, right? I own a copy of Dark Souls 1 and can't say that I finished it. Uh, what you see on YouTube is all that I've ever played of Dark Souls 1. And I've played a bit of Dark Souls 2, but nowhere near. I've played more of Dark Souls 2 actually than Dark Souls 1. I actually got fairly. I like to say that I got myself really far um, for a newbie. Now, what interested me in Dark Souls 1 in comparison to Dark Souls 2 is the design of Dark Souls 1 is more akin to what I would like to call roguelikes. They're not. Dark Souls is nowhere near a roguelike. There's no permadeath. There's no random dungeon creator. There's no um, like mysterious items that you need to identify in order to like scrolls and magic spells and stuff like that. You just it's a helmet. Put it on. You're gonna die. You know. But it has that vibe of a roguelike. It has that harshness to it, and it's one of the reasons why I couldn't call this like roguelike Friday, but it's one of the reasons why I wanted to play it this Friday is because well, it has that harshness to it, and as um, the hell was I talking about? As harsh as it is, the game is also forgiving. Like in terms of like for roguelikes, the game is simple. That helps. Um, the games are turn-based, so if you just need a time to think, you can do it. You know, but make that turn count or else you're dead. That's a roguelike. In this game, it's like you're gonna die a lot. Get used to it. That's the same kind of mentality that you need when you're playing a roguelike. You're gonna die a lot. Good luck trying to find the amulet in the 16th floor below. So to me, they're like brothers or cousins from the same family of here's harshness, but you know, in Dark Souls, like if you die because of your reflex sucks or whatever, like or I bitch and moan about the controls. Well, you're just gonna respawn and to where you last were. You're gonna lose your souls, but you can still recuperate your souls, so it's not that bad. You can still progress. What they did with Dark Souls 2, though, is that they made. I guess people were farming, and I understand that because that was probably my biggest gripes with the original Dark Souls is that the design kind of motivated me to grind, where it's like kill the monster, get the soul, come back, reset, kill the monster, get the soul, come back, reset. Not really, but I understood that you could do that, and that's a bad thing. Dark Souls 2, there's a limit to how often you can kill an enemy, but I noticed that with the harshness of the difficulty of how fast monsters can kill you, we'll create a character in a few minutes, a few seconds. You get to a point where there's no way for you to progress. You can actually screw up your game because at a certain point you will need souls to level up, and if you die too often, that means that you will no longer have the source required to have the souls in the first place to level up, so you won't be able to compensate, and I hate that. That's one of the things that I don't enjoy as much with Dark Souls 2. I can deal with it, but I'm gonna take this guy. I don't know what building physique. What's physique? Oh, um, yeah, that. There's a version showing up. Prepare to Die. This game is messed up. Yeah, that's the edition that I have, the Prepare to Die edition, which is I think that's how it got called when the PC port came out. So I use a controller when I play this and it seems fine. I guess I just suck at Dark Souls. Gonna stick with Minecraft Creative. Yeah, know your limits. There's no shame. I can't pretend to be any good at any of the games that I play. If you've seen my Let's Plays, you know that I'm nowhere near good. So yeah. Are you starting a new Let's Play here or just messing around? Just playing more geeks talking games seriously? I will play Dark Souls. This is not a Let's Play. My Let's Plays are on YouTube. This is just I'm playing. Yeah. Um, and I was gonna say normally it would be like a frequent thing, like Dark Souls 2. I was playing Dark Souls 2 fairly frequently way back. However, it's not that I lost interest, but I had other things that grabbed my attention, and I'm coming back to it. And apparently my save game is gone, so I'm starting over. I'm starting over with the hopes of starting Dark Souls 3, which is next week. So I'll be taking Dark Souls 3, tree a little bit more seriously, I guess. Um, Prepare to Die is with DLC. Yeah, but I don't think Prepare to Die or before, um, prior to Prepare to Die, I guess. I don't think the game ever existed on PC. That's what I meant. And I have the Prepare to Die because it's the only edition of the game. I think. Is there a way to rotate? Oh yeah, it's the. See, this is why I hate friggin' Dark Souls. Um, what do I want? Do I want like the young thing or the camera controls? Right stick. Thank you, game. Can I have? Is it this? Yeah, okay, it's this. This is the right stick. I'm pressing. It's the IJK keys. Okay, I forgot about that. Uh, I like short hair. I'm gonna go this. I'm pretty sure that everybody uses that, but then it's like the most intensive character creator. Hair color. I'm gonna go with brown. A game that at least knows how to do brown. Black Desert Online does not know how to do brown. Um, so at least this one actually does a decent job of it. So I'm gonna go here, not purple. Here, there we go. Eyebrow, you can stay. Gimme. No, that looks normal. It's since we're on. Is this a blind playthrough? No, but I can't say that I've gone too far. I've gone to as far that I to a point where I was satisfied with my results, but I lost my save, so I'm starting again. But never, yeah, I'm nowhere near beating it, and I'm probably never going to beat it because Dark Souls 3 is coming out next week. So, yeah, if you are familiar with the game, I think the last boss I've beaten was the giant slug, the Jabba the Hutt guy. Because I was, last time I checked it, in the poison area. This is me getting ready for Dark Souls 3, yes. So, if you don't know who I am, if you've never seen me play video games before or don't know my channel on YouTube, you probably just joined in because you wanted some Dark Souls action because you're anticipating about the game. So welcome aboard. You're probably going to see some terrible gameplay out of me, at least terrible skills. I tend to talk a lot. So enjoy. So remind me again why you don't want to try any controller for this instead. You can skip. You can ship you an old Xbox One. I can ship you an old Xbox One if you want. Mainly out of principle. I'm a PC gamer, or a Mac gamer, if you want to. You know, I'm an endangered species. I'm probably the only one on the planet who could call himself a Mac gamer, but whatever. To me, the PC is a mouse and keyboard. And the controllers, if you want to play like a fighter, if you want to play a platformer, don't use a keyboard and mouse. Use the proper controller for the type of game that you're playing. But we're playing a dungeon crawler. We're playing like a game that can easily be played with a mouse and keyboard. And Dark Souls 2, and that's one of the reasons why I'm playing Dark Souls 2, is because of the entire series, with the exception of Bloodborne, because I've never played it. It's actually not that bad to play with a keyboard and mouse. It's actually the best one of the series, but it's still awkward. But I'd rather do that. I've played my first experience with Dark Souls 1 was on the PlayStation 3, and I hated it with the passion. And it was like, it's a PlayStation 3 controller, it's fine. The controller's fine, but I just can't control her. And when I bought the Prepare to Die edition, I was like, all right, it's a PC game. They'll probably do some decent job at it, which is completely not. But I was able to play and enjoy it at the very least. So keyboard and mouse for me is all the way. I'm allergic to controllers. That's how it is, I guess. I can't give you a better. Um, I can't give you a better explanation. Now, I was going to talk about the character creator, because I find it kind of weird the way it's laid out, but I do like the fact that it's come on. Yeah, I'm gonna go beard color, and I'm gonna it's not really a 5 o'clock shadow, isn't it? What was I gonna say? Yeah, it's not it's terribly laid out. But what I do like is I'm starting to get tired of games that give you so many controls. Like, I'm a character animator. I do character modeling as well. I know how to handle the 3D software, but opacity for what? Oh, the tattoo. Okay. Um, Apparently, advanced settings is. Oh, there we go. I When it gets complicated, I hate the layout. Um, but what was I gonna say? Like, being able to control like the size of your eyebrow and stuff like that. I'm starting to. I enjoyed it in Oblivion. You kind of had no choice but to deal with it because otherwise you had like a shit ugly character. But I like the fact that Dark Souls, at least Dark Souls 2, just gives you. I don't see the difference. Oh, there we go. I have to let it go. Let it go. That joke never been done before. Um, I'm manly. Come on. Um, I like the fact that it gives you like, here's a bunch of hair, select the one that you want, and here's a bunch of faces, select the one that you want, kind of thing. The I feel like games should do that more often. I I'm not a huge fan of sliders anymore. Really? All right, well, I'm just gonna. I'll leave it like that, I guess. I don't want to play with skin tones, shape. See all of that. I am going to change the nose size. Oh, it's the. Oh, is that how they did it? Oh, that's weird. That's nowhere near nose. Where's nose? Oh, that's the only nose control I have? Alright, that's fair enough. Hey, Nadiak, how's it going? What would you say is the strongest appealing aspect of the Souls game? Strong ones are immersive worlds, level design, combat, and difficulty, etc. I was just gonna like before I even finished reading the question. To me, Dark Souls, it's the I wouldn't call it the immersive world. Not to say that it isn't, but it's the tone. I'm a huge fan of Diablo. Of course, Diablo, I could ramble on and on and on about the gameplay and stuff like that. But the oh, there's the news. Okay. Um, yeah, that's what it does. All right. So about. You know what? I'll leave it like that. I want This is what I want. Protrusion. There you go. That should. Yeah, there we go. Got a big nose. But yeah, like I said, like the layout is shit. But anyways, what I really like about the Diablo series, like what struck me the most, aside for the gameplay and stuff like that, is the atmosphere, the tone. Not so much the lore and the how immersive it may be or not, but the tone. And Dark Souls to me, it's like a cousin. It belongs with the. It's such a cool. It's depressing, but it. Here you go. I want a big nose. Yeah, see, that's fine. I'm just gonna. You know what? Don't want to spend too much time with the character because I'm not gonna see him next week. So, um, yeah, I'm fine. All right. So, without screwing up, pressing Enter is not done. Where is the A key? How do I accept? Hey, Risha. That's what I meant with Mercy. Okay, yeah, sure. That's what I like about Dark Souls. I would kind of like if the lore was a little bit more upfront, but thank you. Go to class. I am going to class. Yeah. See. Okay. So I'm gonna go. See, I used the bandit last time. I should probably explore with like a caster because apparently that's really strong. But what I want to do is I want to go like full heavy plate. I'm thinking maybe the knight will do the job. Doesn't come with the shield, but he comes with a good weapon. Is that what he does? High HP and adaptability. Tough to take down. See, I think. What do you guys think? I want to play something beefy, so I'm thinking a knight. Pick the one with the most vitality. Well, it's knight is known for vitality, so uh, yeah, bandits like high dexterity, skill with a bow, and I was just getting my ass handed to me. Knight is good. All right, we're going with knight. We're going to go with a full plate, shield, sword kind of thing. I like that. It's not necessarily a playstyle that I'm known for because I that's not my reflex, or it's not my habit of playing. Mainly because most games did it in a very boring way, way back when I started growing up. So it's like even Diablo One, when I started getting into RPGs and gaming in the more than the oh, let's just play a video game like as a hobby. It's like I'm gonna do this forever kind of thing. With Diablo, I played the sorcerer because it was more than just clicking to kill. It was like shooting fireballs and stuff like that. And World of Warcraft had like a really. I'm mentioning World of Warcraft as an example, but all of the RPGs like Neverwinter Nights and stuff like that, Baldur's Gate, the warriors did nothing other than swing sword, and that was it. And it was kind of boring. So I the life ring doesn't really do anything now that I know. But I think I'll use it anyways. I don't think the ring does much. Increases, yeah, I'm just gonna go with the ring. Did I select it? Doesn't seem like I did. Oh no, because it's there. Got it. Uh, life ring, reset. Where's my cursor? There it is. Finalize creation. I hope Dark Souls 3 takes over the menus from Bloodborne. I just hope that Dark Souls 3 is a good PC game, like with control wise, and has good menus. I don't know about the menus in Bloodborne, but I just want it to be good.
All people come here for the same reason, to break the curse.
Because if people say, Geeks, can you recommend Dark Souls to me? And I can't, no, not really. Fun game, but controls are shit. Um, unless you're playing with like a controller, which apparently is good, but I can't do that. So, yeah. Forte, no, it's the word I was looking for is more like I have a go-to class. Normally, it's either a thief or
But remember,
like a necromancer kind of thing, like the dark caster. But recently, I started playing as the games became more elaborate and more interesting to play as a melee character. I started to play and enjoy the tank type. For example, Final Fantasy Online 14, I play as a paladin, which I never thought I would do or enjoy, but it's an amazing experience. So yeah, yeah, my Steam kind of screwed up my save file. So in preparation to Dark Souls 3, I figured I'd play some more Dark Souls 2, but I might as well start from scratch because I got nothing else. So there we go. I like the fact that I like the colors. All right, so I completely forgot how to play this. So let's like I know the most of the controls, but I don't know where I should go. Can I just open that? You know what game that I play um, over 300 hours? I think I'm at 600 hours, which for a recent game, to me, that's a lot of hours because I feel like I'm not as interested in games anymore or the newer games. Um, Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter 4 sucked a lot of my time. And of course, the Elder Scrolls series do as well. But Oblivion, the one I spent the most time in, was what, like 2006? So it's nice that a newer game was able to pull that off because I don't feel like any of the new games. I guess Skyrim does as well, but I feel like non-Elder Scrolls. Um, can I not destroy that? There we go. I gotta punch it. So now I just need to figure out how to get the menu back on. Is it backstab? No, that's not it. Escape, escape. Gotta equip my ring because I knew I had it, but there it is. See, it's all things like this. I'm not. I don't want to nitpick, but I feel like I have to. The character creation screen told me that I had a ring, and it put it graphically. It showed me a representation of it being in my slot, and I had to remind myself that I needed to equip it. Anyways, I don't want to do that constantly, but it's these things that makes PC gaming much more frustrating. But for me, like recently, it's been Monster Hunter 4, and there's a Monster Hunter Cross that's coming out in the US soon. I say soon because I really don't remember. So, I forgot where the hints were. Am I online? I don't think I'm online. Or maybe nobody plays here, so nobody puts messages. Or maybe you can't put messages here because nobody has the chalk. See, that's yes. You're right-handed, therefore your attack is on the right mouse button, which is counterintuitive if you ask me, but it makes sense. Which counterintuitive and make sense. Normally, they don't go in the same sentence, but I can understand. I can understand why they did it. All right, and I know I can also. Is it F? Can I not change my grip? Forgot how to change my grip. Thought it was F. I should probably take screenshots of this. This is good references for my buddy at work. Hold left stick plus hold dash. I think it's spacebar. Is that dash? I think it is. It looks like dashing. But I feel it would be a lot more fun with friends. I do play with friends. I guess that's why I stopped playing when we got to the point where we were basically fighting endgame, and it's like once you've defeated like some of the dragons, you don't necessarily need it. Like I'm not a completionist, so I don't need like the blue version of the same dragon kind of thing. So I was like, all right, I'm done. So I'm okay. See, that was a backstab. Didn't look like it, but I guess that's what this thing was trying to tell me. Yeah, okay. Kind of disappointed that Dark Souls 3 don't have dedicated PvP area like this game. Didn't know that there was a dedicated PvP area in this game. I thought it was just like you get attacked. Do you have a PlayStation 3 controller, or is there another reason why you can't play with a controller? Like I said, I'm basically just allergic. My system does not. Um, the worst possible thing you can think of um, while holding a controller, I instinctively do without thinking about it. So, oh, I got hit. Which job do you mainly play in Final Fantasy XIV? I just leveled Bard. Bard seems interesting, but I went with Paladin. I started as a Termiturge because I wanted to be a Black Mage, but at one point I decided, well, you know what? I don't play often enough to be part of a huge guild, and I needed to be able to play dungeons. And I decided, well, I should either be a tank or a healer because DPS always has like a huge wait time. So I made the decision to play a tank primarily because I wanted to be in groups without having too much difficulty waiting and stuff like that to find a group. But I ended up enjoying the class more than so it was an excuse to do it. But then I'm like, yeah, given the choice, I would still play a paladin. So I enjoy it. I think that's E. I think E uses the item, so I think I know the controls, or for the most part. So I think we're okay. Intriguing me was Bard with the idea of being a hunter without a pet. Yeah, I know. It's annoying to be. That was one of the things that World of Warcraft uh, right stick turn move camera. Yeah, I kind of figured. But yeah, for World of Warcraft, like the Warlock class, I enjoyed. I remember that. Do I have it? Probably not. All right. Um, what was I saying? Yeah, the Warlock class, I like the fact that like, I play like a dark caster kind of thing, but I didn't like the idea that I was forced to play with a pet. Um, this is where I came from, so I'm going this way now. I don't think I have Smoot. Okay, so I know at least 4 people who cross over between communities here. What? Oh, it's the Y. No, that's the. Forgot what that was. Okay, that's the. That's run. That's walk. Is it Alt? No. What's the button to. Ah! N. Okay, there we go. Ugh. I'm not used to slow attack speed. And I destroyed my tutorial thingy. Okay. In case you're confused, me, Zgodin, and Terra are also following another person who is into lore and games and is very much like you. Oh, okay. That'd be an interesting debate. One loves D1 the most, the other D3. I don't think anyone contacted me about that, but then again, YouTube is kind of shit when it comes to notifying me of messages. So maybe he did and then sound like a jerk now for not replying. I don't know. Right. So, no. It's F, I think? Yep. Okay. I don't think I have anything to do here. So I'll go. Oh, there's a ladder. Climb up. I almost completely forgot how to not how to play this game, but how the layout of the dungeons are. So it's almost blind. But yeah, if the guy is a huge fan of like Blizzard games, like Diablo, to be specific, I would love to have a conversation with the guy. Um, so long that he understands that Diablo 1 is the best, right? 99% of the Dark Souls 3 reviews say that it's the hardest game in the series. Excited or a little scared? I'm indifferent. Indifferent because I don't feel like difficulty is much of a hurdle for me as it's like the controls and stuff like that. If it's got good lore, if it's got good combat slash controls, if it's got um, interesting flavors to it, I don't care if I'm being beaten by the first mob. I think I will enjoy it. He said Diablo 1 is the worst? Oh, I like what? He started with Diablo 2 or man, I kind of want to talk to the guy now. Just like, what the hell what are you talking about? Parry, repel enemy attacks. Yeah, that's the what do they call that? RT, red T. I don't know. Okay. I think I forgot how to do that. Yeah, I think I forgot how to do that. Like which key does what? Guard break. I think I'm supposed to jump down on this guy. Was that it? Ooh. Down. See, when you're past the hurdles, this game is actually fun. Jumping attack. That's not a jumping attack. That's not a jumping attack. See, if just trying to figure out how to play the game, the hell is a jumping attack? Shift click is also okay, I thought it was just E. There's a door here. I don't know what it does. You're dead! Ooh. Reward. Okay. I think difficulty is not important as long as the gameplay is enjoyable enough to make the consumer get better at it and beat that hurdle. Yeah, I mean, I think even like worst case scenario, the player doesn't even need to overcome it. Ideally, you would want to, because you would want to experience other things than just like the tutorial, for example. You know, assuming that your tutorial is like super hard, um, but honestly, I think I'd be okay with a game that's just hard. Um, I mean, this is challenging, but I feel like the problems I have with Dark Souls 2 in terms of difficulty is that a lot of the deaths to me feel cheap. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. But am I supposed to drop down? Jumping, I can't do the jumping attack. I don't know what it is. Oh right, okay. I was gonna go. I'm gonna go through the door that's like covered in white, but I already did. Damn it. All right, let's take in the scenery. What am I missing? I've been through this before. Well, you know, unavoidable deaths is one thing. Like if I jump down this cliff, death is unavoidable. But I choose I chose that path, right? Um, if you give me like I'm just exaggerating here because I don't think the game ever did that. But if you give me like a door and you open it up, and if you open it up and there's like 50 guys like shoving like spears at you and you instantly die, that's not hard. That's stupid. Because there's no way for you to go on the other side, and the game doesn't really do that. But the game, in some extents, kind of like the targeting. Like there was that one boss in Dark Souls 2 in this game that you're in this little corner on the ledge, and there's like one golden dude that jumps on that ledge with you on the same platform as you are, and you fight him. And once you kill him, I think three others or two others come in and join the fray, and you have to deal with them at the same time, kind of thing. and but just one of them is just annoying because line of sight it affects her targeting, and the light affects her targeting. So it's just more stupid stuff that I understand why they did it, but I don't like it at all. I feel it's stupid. It's just removing control over like because removing my target, if I'm following somebody who's jumping, the camera will follow up and then target will break and then I'm stuck looking like an idiot like this while the target is like either behind me or something and I have to mess around with the targeting. And if I ever move, and this is a mouse thing, if I ever move the mouse slightly while I have a target, it changes target. And I find that kind of like I'm holding the mouse. I'm always holding the mouse and it's a device that moves. So obviously, don't make it so sensitive, right? So it's stuff like that. Just combination. But it is a solid game. I do enjoy it. I wouldn't be playing it if I didn't like it. Search your surrounding. Well, I think it's this. Yeah. Of course, there's a dude here. Is that... Yeah, that's a dead end, so... Yeah... I need to figure out how to do the jumping stuff, because I don't. I think it's like this. I can't do it from the other side, so... Yeah! I've learned. To me, like, gameplay 101, the most important thing is to be able to control your character. Especially if it's a game that's, main difficulty is known because of, reaction time and stuff like that. That's all I'll say on the matter. At least for now, because I don't want to. And I went down here because I saw something shine. But I guess that was just like a specular blue speck. The same button that locks target also centers the camera if you can't lock on. Yeah, what? There has never been more in any other game that I've heard. What? I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. Oh yeah, these guys. I don't have a shield, but... Whoa! Hello! I tried to dodge, but guess I wasn't quick enough. See, I'm not sure about that one. Like, I'm fine, but I feel like I should have had, like, an audio cue that he was walking. A guy that size. It's okay. I can deal with this. Who the hell are you? Okay, don't care. That are actually mimics. I'm totally fine with mimics. However, because I've got I grew up. I didn't necessarily grew up, but I started playing games like roguelikes. I have an appreciation for mimics, but design-wise, the mimics did a very specific thing, and I'm hoping that I'll make sense. Oh yeah, they reset. Um, and what they do with mimics in roguelikes is that they'll make it look like any other item. So it's not even just a chest, it's like a scroll or a potion or a sword that's just lying on the floor, and you're like, ooh, it's a goodie, it'll help me survive and stuff. And you don't know it's a monster until you try to click on it, and then it's like it bites you. However, if you're paying attention, those roguelikes that do that, they have a map, they have a mini map in any corner of the screen. It doesn't matter, and any monster that you see are labeled with a red dot on the map, including the mimics, because they're a monster. So what happens is that if you have the insight to look at your map before you touch the scroll, you can say, "Hey, wait a minute, something's fishy here. It looks like there's a monster, but there isn't. So they must be the scroll." So you attack the scroll, and you can kill the mimic in one go. But if you're too into the action, it's like, "Oh my god, I gotta pick up this sword, and it looks awesome," or whatever, because it happens, player psychology 101, you get trapped. If it's completely random, like if you make the effort of making it look exactly like a regular chest with no indication at all, I feel like there's a the there it loses something for me. Oh, you're still alive? Okay, but you need a visual cue for um, the ones who pay attention can see it. Maybe it's not necessarily on the mini map kind of thing, but maybe if oh yeah, Michael Jackson. Um, Maybe it's like I don't know, like there's the keyhole for the chest is completely covered instead of having the keyhole. Then it's like, oh my god, maybe it's a mimic. But a new player, or you're just too excited, you didn't check the chest, and maybe there's a mimic. There needs to be some clue or some way to determine. Unless the mimic, like if it's completely a surprise, it's a mimic, and there was no way for you to tell, it can't possibly one shot you. Like that's to me, that's it needs to not kill you in one hit. Oh, hello. Does that make sense? I love mimics. Uh, Dungeon Siege was one of the series that freaked me out when I first saw a mimic. And again, you got the first surprise. Oh my god, what the hell is this? And it's this creepy looking thing. And I think it shoots bolts too, so I had to cover in like behind pillars and stuff like that. I love mimics. And yeah, if there's mimics in Dark Souls 3, like by all means bring it. Here are my souls. I'm gonna. Okay, see. The one on the right, I don't like. Hi. Is your brother coming? Oh, your brother is coming too. No, 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 no. Dodge, 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 dodge. Run, run, run. Woo! I feel like a mouse. Yeah, like the mimics. Um, some mimics in games tend to look kind of weird. Like, in one of them, it had like a tongue sticking out, and it kind of looked like a puppy, a deranged puppy. So it's like kind of weird. Dark Souls taught me not to backstab huge dudes in shiny armor. I don't know. I kind of relied on backstabbing for most of my attacks. Um, is it still trying to? All right. Oh no, it's still there. You know what? You. I am going to drink that, and I'm going to try to fight you off. I don't know if I can, because I don't think I've ever done that on. Oh, and I'm running, so that's a bad. Oh shit. Oh, that's bad. Where's your brother? Okay, just you and me then. Oh, did I fail? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, they crush you when they fall. Got it. What happened? What happened? I fell into the water? Well, yeah, I did. But then it just, like, I fought the guy and then bam, I'm dead. There's a deep level of water? There's shallow water? Goes out. Oh, okay, well. Alright. Sure. Alright. I'll bite that. Not a. Is there a visual cue that there's shadow water? Watch out. I'm running out of life gems. That's great. Um, I thought the entire water was shallow. That's why, like, I got caught off guard. I mean, I was fighting the dude. All right. What is a great game that you find to be underrated? Good question. Underrated. I can't even see the water. If I jump, okay. Question before I move, do anything else. Is there a way for me to drop down, pick it up in a straight line, hug the wall, and go all the way up here? Because if this is on an island and there's no way for me to come back out, like there's no point. And while you guys answer that question, I will think of an answer to the one that was asked to me. I can't see the water though. It's all black. You can go up again, but you can't go up from the side where the troll is. Like that one? Alright. Oh, wait, no. You're talking that I have to continue? Let me drop and deal with it, I guess. There's no brightness setting. It does nothing. Like, it doesn't matter if I can't. Well, it's definitely way too dark for me. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna do something that I never do. And I should not have to do this. Just and I still can't see the difference. God, is this bright enough? This is my screen. All right, I'm gonna. You can see it? What am I looking at? The waves? A pretty noticeable line there. I'm burning my retina trying to figure out what am I supposed to look at. There's a bunch of waves this way. I'm standing in water. On the left, it's a lighter blue. But that's just a reflection of that cliff. Just follow the cliff back towards this. Ignore the waves. Okay, hang on. I can't look at the screen anymore because it's like. It's hard to tell because you keep moving. Okay. Um. Oh wait, hang on. I think I see something. It's on my forehead. All right. Well, I. All right, just book it. Hi. I did. Adjustment brightness does nothing. Oh, hang on. Knock it down before the ugly monster comes back to me. Come on. Okay. Does it follow? Okay. I mean your camera, not yours. It does nothing. Oh, okay. Hang on. I know what you mean now. The characters. You mean the character's forehead. Got it. Yeah. Is this where I'm supposed to go? Yay. Confront ahead. That's not an illusion. It's pretty solid if you ask me. Oh, I know what this is. Okay. Uh, the only area where I can level up. This is where the killer pigs are. Did I turn off the past broadcast feature? No, why? I think I'm gonna need more Pepsi. I was gonna go load the stream up, take a shot, and draw a shell deep line and send it to you, but the stream isn't being archived. Oh, it should, but I don't know how long it takes for it to kick in. And if it does, if it is turned off, I did nothing to do. I did nothing different. So yeah, what we're gonna do is I remember getting the key for this. I need to rest, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to rest. Get my health instead of using a. There we go. Am I human? No, I need to a human effigy for that. So now. It normally saves about every 5 minutes. Oh, okay. Then I don't know. Don't know. I don't remember if there's anything here. There's a dude apparently. I don't remember you.
Hello there. Welcome to my shop. I'm Morlin, and well, I sell armor. Oh, sorry, Please do have a look at my wares. I could really use the business. If you'd be so kind.
You got expensive stuff, but I can actually buy a helmet. How far in are you? I just got out of the tutorial. But I am rediscovering stuff that I don't think I've ever discovered. Like this guy, I don't think I've ever seen him. So 3 hours Gix time. Come on, it's 2 hours. Okay. Equipment. Yeah. Looking like a good ghoul. Chest ahead. Is that considered theft if I... I need about like 1,000... Wait, isn't that good? No, those for upgrades. If I can find it. But I do have this, so use... Only 200? Alright. I would have been there if I could have... Oh, somebody else's train. It's locked. Okay. How did you die? No, I don't care about the door anymore. I want to know how... What is Y again? N? Yes! No, wait. N? He won't let me touch the bloodstain. There's nothing on the bloodstain. Okay. I remember with... I remember this, but I don't remember what it was for. No. Hello? That's the cat, right? Oh, those are the pigs. Oh my god, you guys are strong piggies! Of course, they're surrounding me right now. Great. Close the door, close the door! They get everyone in their first playthrough, but... Why are you guys so strong? This is insane. I mean, you guys are easy, but... They probably one-shot me or something. This is the first time I'm going to be killing them, so that means like there's going to be like the farmer who's like, "You killed my piggies," and he turns into a boss monster. I don't know why I'm killing them, because if I res, or if I wake up from the torches, they'll be back. But I'm getting souls though, so I'm not complaining. Not a lot though. Is your sword okay? Does it need a nap? Why would my sword need a nap? It's a sword. Like durability maybe? Hang on. Seems fine to me. I wonder if I can level up with 200 points. Well, it's my starter sword, so... Oh, I can't level up. I don't have... The girl is not there. Oh, because she's right here. Oh, how melodramatic. Are you going to talk really slowly now? Try the... Okay.
Are you the next monarch,
No, seek the king.
or merely a pawn of fate? Bearer of the curse, I will remain by your side till this frail hope shatters.
You're not bothered by...
May it ease your journey.
Oh, I got Estus flasks. Nice.
Go on and see the king. He who made Drangleic what it once was.
In games as it is in life, you need a girl to level up.
King
Cute.
of Vendrick. Bearer of the curse, for misery will lead you to greater, stronger souls. You will never meet the king with a soul so frail and pallid.
With realistic fiction sound. Can I not? What? I guess she's not giving me... Okay. And that I need to equip. So this recharges. That I know. Apparently I can't level up yet, so I'm just gonna keep playing until stuff happens. There we go. Life gem. That's good. I kind of wanted souls, though. And now you don't know what to do. I know what to do. Seek the king. And she gave me an Estus flask. What about the first game of the Soul series? Have you played... Are you talking about... Yeah, Dark Souls 1? Yeah, I did. Not a lot, but I did. Enough to know at least some of the differences in its monster design and stuff like that. Don't remember where to go, but I'm going this way. I mean, if the woman just straight out say what she wanted to say. Yeah, the entirety of my Dark Souls 1 experience is on YouTube. 16 videos, I think? Maybe a bit less. Isn't there like a rat here somewhere? Aha, gotcha. I figured since I couldn't interact with you. I really enjoyed those videos. Well, as a Dark Souls fan, I would assume that you did. Yeah, I mean, it's been quite a while since, so... And I know a lot of you are interested in me starting like a Let's Play series of Dark Souls. I don't know if that'll ever happen, especially considering I'm nowhere near finishing the Elder Scrolls. I remember you. Come on. Alright, I underestimated his range. So this is where you're stuck. Oh yeah? I remember being stuck here too. But it's like aside from the giant ogres thingies, um, those are actually a good tutorial on how to play the game. I just find it difficult that it's, or hard to swallow, I guess, that it's like fairly early on they're putting this dude in, and it's like you just bought the game, you can kill the miniature zombies, but if you want to enjoy the rest, you got to go through me. I would have put that maybe slightly further away. Because, yeah, for a new player, those guys are harsh. And I say that with some, like, hindsight, with some perspective, because I have beaten them before. And essentially, you just have to know that here it teaches you about stamina, and it teaches you about monsters that have 3 attacks. Or 3 swings, right? 1, 2, 3. So you go 1, 2, 3, and then you attack him. 1, 2, 3, and I missed. Recharge mana or stamina. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna Estus Flask this. And 1, 2, 3. Ran out of. Oh, there we go. So that's the tutorial. It's like manage stamina and learn that the bigger monsters there are, and it's telling you very subtly, so I understand why you could be stuck here, that there's it's not so much a pattern, because I do know that some monsters, they do kind of like some semi-random thing. They'll react certain ways, so they'll swing differently. But essentially, the bigger the monster, the more swings they do per attack. So you just got to be open with that. I'm not saying that, hey, suddenly you have the ability to win this, but if you want to try it another go, what I do, well, I just did it. I mean, this guy's just a 1, 2, 3 dance. 1, 2, 3. There's another guy, right there. He's got a different weapon, I think. Some of them have different weapons, so you just got to be careful about that kind of thing. I thought you already have beaten it. No, 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 no. Oh, you're talking to Reach. Okay. Probably only go 3 hours for me dying with the same guy. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So, I think this guy has a different pattern. Because he doesn't have a sword. He's got like a mace thing. But like 1, 2, and 3. So you know that his third attack has like a huge arc. But he's slower. So 2, 3, and then bam. Ugh. Okay, time to go. That way I can do this, and so I can do them when I'm moving. So right now, I'm gonna dance with this guy until my health recharges. And I go way too fast, way too early. This is my Super Smash Brothers instinct going in. Yeah. So he did 2 now. So just gotta 1, 2, 3, and I ran out of stamina. And 1, 2, 3, bam. Sometimes you don't even need to. Okay, I'm dead. But sometimes you don't even need to dodge like I do. I do it because I'm uncomfortable of just standing there and waiting, but if you stand there and wait, you actually have the advantage of having more stamina. So, is that a mace or a telephone pole? Nice. It's probably going to be just me dying. You know, it's really weird because I don't think, and I'm streaming. I don't think Dark Souls or the series is good at is good for playthroughs. It's good for not a playthrough, but like a videos like Let's Play series or um, a stream because of the nature that yeah you're kind of expected to die a lot. So unless you're doing a series of videos where you edit a lot, which I'm not known to do that if ever. So and some Let's Players do that. So it's like if you do that, then sure maybe Dark Souls would be more an entertaining thing to watch. Um, but yeah, you have to go in mind that you're gonna die a lot. So yeah, I'm back with the sword dude. Sword dude is easier. I wonder if the way that I'm holding my sword actually changes the thing here. So I'm gonna go with the one-handed. Remove my running because running stances are suicide. And over here, I'm gonna wait for him to swing. 1, 2, 3. Bam. And if you can't do what I'm doing, there is also the idea that, like I didn't use a dodge this time, there's also an idea that you should watch the direction of his swings and dodge in the same direction that I do it in the opposite direction most of the time. But I think it's ideal that you just go against his swings. And, because if you go the other way, there we go, he's dead. You're gonna get screwed. The only problems I have is spectators thinking that it must be tedious to have to run over and over. Kind of. But at least the player, at least that gets to play it, so. Ooh, I got enough souls for a shield. I'm gonna like that. I think because I know the game, or I know some of the game now, like, what do? You just do a smash, and then you do, yeah, you do smashes, right? And then you go, you got short range, though. You're not like the other guy. Okay. Yeah, no, don't target, run, don't target. I'm running because this takes time. Oh, no, you don't. Okay. And, of course, I can't target because he's behind a wall. There we go. And, whoop. I dodged way too early. So, I gotta get... targeting, piece of shit. You know what? I'm gonna keep like that. I could always come back, like, just leave right now and go buy a shield. But I don't think I can block. Say, I already... piece of... I have no idea when to dodge. Run, 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 run. Okay, so he's going back here. I'm gonna take that. Hurry up. Okay. Oh, he's nice. He actually waited for me downstairs. But I'm gonna wait for him upstairs. Okay, so he's got a nasty swing. The part of the design of Dark Souls that I really hate, and it's not the only one that does that, piece of shit. It's the whole concept of invulnerability frames. The idea that when you do certain abilities, there are specific keyframes in your animation that you're invincible, and it's just ridiculous to expect players to know, yeah, whatever, to know those keyframes. But the entire game is designed on that aspect. It's like, dude, don't do that. Because what happens is that you can think about it as it like a boon. Oh, I have frames where I'm invulnerable. That's good. That's a good thing. Well, yeah, sure, unless they design the game with that in mind. And I'm not going to suggest that the game was designed like that, but a lot of people, when I talk to about Dark Souls, and they'll say, "Oh no, that boss is easy. You just gotta like invulnerability frame him and do this and this and that." I'm like, how are you supposed to do that? Not targeting my help. I can understand why you would say that. But as a new player talking to, say, someone who might not have played the Dark Soul, who is stuck on that monster, for example, I would highly not recommend that. Unless you're some, like, you're playing on a controller and you're like the super expert controller guy and you know exactly how to control the camera and stuff like that in those moments. If you're unfamiliar with the game, I'd say target. Because especially for first, I wouldn't call him a boss, but as a first obstacle, learning to handle the way the game get designed. Piece of shit. Okay, hang on. There's actually a worse place to do it. Up. This rings a lot of a bell in terms of my memory because I used to have a lot of problems with this guy and the mace guy too. So what he missed. What I also remember doing is I try to dodge towards him so that you're in striking distance when he's down. Like right now, he's just doing whatever. And he's down. So, I have a shield, or no, I don't have a shield actually. I'm going to buy a shield. You know what? Nah, I was going to say I'm going to buy a shield and then fight him. Wait, are these hard to compare to the enemies beyond, or is it hard? Oh, it gets harder. But they're more like... Okay, you know how in RPG... I was hitting enter to try to target. You know how in RPGs you... you have a boss fight that's like, oh, level 10, oh my god, he's so hard. And once you beat him, you get to fight other monsters that level you up, and then like a level 20 is harder. The level 10, if you ever fight him again, which you will hardly ever get the chance to, he'll be easy. It's kind of the same principle. And this game has levels. Levels do help. Oh, jeez. Okay, he just got angry. Um, Levels do help. I would say the reason why these guys are your first hurdle is because as a new player, I just got a hat, right? I have a starter sword. I haven't found any upgrades to that yet. I haven't leveled up yet. I don't even know how to do that. Once you know how to do that, you could say, okay, well, the boss is way too hard for me, and I can already understand that. After a while, you understand like your relation to how much damage you should technically be doing to these kind of characters. And if it takes too long, or if your hits barely scratch them, you know that, okay, well, I need a better weapon at that point. Not necessarily attack speed and stuff like that, but you need an upgrade. So it kind of tells you contextually that you need work, kind of thing. So, do I prefer Dark Souls 2 over 1? I prefer 1 from a mechanics standpoint. I prefer 2 from a control standpoint, and that's why I'm playing 2, because you can't enjoy a game that you can't control. Um, but I do believe that there's a ton of the bonfire to the right of the big sword and shield guy you keep fighting. Oh, probably. I think there is like inside the tower kind of thing. There might be. I know there is one further along, which would help. It's either inside. Or actually, I could probably skip the other boss. Yeah, I know what you mean. Good point. Just gonna run. Now the problem I have with Dark Souls 2, it's not so much the difficulty and stuff like that, but it's the fact that I've been killing this guy how many times now in total? One day he will be gone. And for the uninitiate, you may be thinking, oh cool, he'll like my progress eventually makes a difference, right? Well, no, because he's also a source of souls, and you need souls for everything. It's your gold, it's your experience points, it is everything. And for a game that's so harsh on trying to kill you, I find that to be like one of its most. There's one thing I can I can bitch about the targeting and stuff like that, but if there's one thing that's kind of ruining the design for Dark Souls 2, is that aspect. And of course now I need a human effigy. I won't do it right now though. Oh yeah, I forgot my mouse wheel. We did that. I have enough for a shield, but for the sense of satisfaction, I want to be able to beat him mano a mano. There is no. I think there is one like. Oh, this is right there. I was thinking more towards the distance, so I was going to show you guys. Like I was just going to peek the corner. It's like hey, it's over there, but because there is one over there. But yeah, there is a bonfire here. So, huzzah! So that means that I did not rest. Because if I did, this would respawn the dude. So. If you watch me play or hear me talk a lot when I talk about games in my streams, in my Let's Play videos on YouTube and stuff like that, I will often talk about, or I will often say that I love simplicity. And that's because I love some simplicity. And here's an example of simple. You know, what are you doing in the game? Ah, back in the back. What do you do in the game? You collect souls. And you need that for everything. And to me, that's very simple. There's no gold, silver, bronze, There's no reputation. Well, there might be reputation actually. There's no. Your currency is just souls for everything, and it makes a huge difference. Okay, now this guy. I should probably try to kill him without. See, this is a huge risk I'm taking. Because I'm killing him without my souls. Shit. And I'm dead. See, there he goes. All gone. And this is a problem with Dark Souls, but that's... You're supposed to deal with that. But now I can't buy my shield ever. Now I have to beat the crap out of these guys over and over again in order to do it. So I just lost a lot of progress. And this is why, like, how many times have I lost to this guy? I got nothing in this thing. I don't know why this is there. So, this is the pain and the reality of Dark Souls. Might as well learn that sooner than later, but monsters yield better souls the higher you go. But now I can't even beat this guy because piece of shit swings. Okay, so and to reiterate, like it wouldn't be a bad thing. Like it's like it's fine. I didn't lose anything. But I know that this guy's time's up. Like I beat him maybe 8 times out of 15. And the game doesn't tell you this. It just happens that I dodge way too early, and it pisses me off right now. Of course, I didn't notice that my spacebar is not. I should be playing on the right side. My spacebar right now is getting. That's not an excuse or anything like that, but like it's working. But I feel like if I mash it too hard, it's not responding at all. Of course, my souls are over there, so that's gonna make a difference. And as you die, you lose more maximum health. You need effigy to... There we go. Now, I remember being able to backstab them, right? Because if you can backstab, and this is why I love daggers, it makes the game so much more satisfying. Let me try to... Whoops. There we go. So that's done. It is hard for the sake of being hard. In that case, it is purposely balanced badly, which makes it good. You can't backstab a giant? Are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure a backstab monster is bigger than this. Alright, I'm getting actually kind of underpowered here, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to effigy. I have souls as items, so I can probably upgrade with that, but I am going to... My stubbornness is making me want to fight him. Shit. Ah, shit. So I'm consuming more items. Life gems don't regenerate. So it's the constant looming aspect that you have very finite resource that will never grow back. That actually annoys me to no end. Oh, come on. I dodged that. Okay, he's pissed. Shit. I ran out. I'm running out. Okay. And that's when you rush him, and then you win. So that feels satisfying. So what you do now is you save, and teleport here. Well, the problem with then there she is. The thing with dodging. Hang on, I need. Where is it? Oh, it's right here. The thing with dodging is that yeah, there's a slight delay. Like it's telling I'm gonna dodge, I'm gonna swing, but the thing is that you kind of also want to dodge early because after your dodge, you can just run. So you get like you can go behind him. You get more time to do it. And right now, I'm just used to Smash Brothers right here. That's like if you hit dodge, I have to dodge in advance for the game to register that I'm dodging. So I think I had like, oh, I got to dodge. So it's like I'm even more in advance, and that's what's killing me right now. I'm not sponsored or anything, but man, this tastes good. Okay, so
Seek those whose names are unutterable, the four endowed with immense souls. Their souls will serve as beacons. Once you have found them, return here to me, so that hope will not fade away.
sugars, but yeah, I think it's who hasn't played or who is it was stuck on one of these guys? I think it was Terabyte. I don't want to single that person out, but it's like um, if you ever get to beat those guys, you feel good. I was actually frustrated because I knew I already went through the motions. I already knew how to beat these guys. So I was kind of frustrated at the fact that I should be able to kill them. But you get the feeling. Anyways, I got a barn. Let's change the world. The heck are you talking about? Alright, I want to talk to you.
Bearer of the curse.
Yes.
Seek souls. Larger, more powerful souls. Seek the king. That is the only way. Lest this land swallow you whole, as it has so many others.
Thank you. I can upgrade or I can level up. I want a shield. Because I don't believe that levels will actually help me right now. I need equipment. And I could be thinking like completely wrong here. I might be completely off, and the pros are like, you know, Dark Souls is life, and they're watching Gix like, I don't want levels, I want my shield, and they're like, why would anyone want to do that? Why won't you love me? Oh, it's not a matter of love. It's the matter of what are you talking about? With her infinite drill or master ball or buster sword. Oh, you're talking anime. I was like, what the? Because I don't really watch Dragon Ball. Buster Sword, I don't know, what is that? Like One Punch, I know what that is. I have not watched any of it. Buster Sword's Final Fantasy. You really get it. Well, I bought a shield, so
Thanks very much.
I don't know the intricacies of the game. I just understand the fact that I need one right now. Oh, I already have a shield. Shit. Alright, well, it's better anyways. So, voila. So now I can block whatever that's gonna do. No indication that I had a shield unless it was like text. Cause loot. Let's see if I can sell. Because if I can sell, that'll be weird.
Well, thank you.
Buy. Yeah, I don't think you can sell. Alright, so... Well, at least not with this guy.
Well,
Good talk. So I had a shield. I had no indication that I had a shield unless it was like text. Because loot just shows as text. But if I had it from the start... that means that it's even more confusing than the ring. Because the ring, I chose it. It displayed it as an equipped item, which wasn't equipped, so I had to equip it. So that was the confusion there. But at least I saw it on my character inventory that I had a ring in character creation. It would have been nice to see a shield if I started with a shield. So yeah. I don't need to go through here anymore, so I'm just going to teleport. And now that I have no souls, I absolutely no souls. Of course, I can't level up or anything like that. But what I'm going to do is I will do some experiments because I don't know if my shield is going to be competent enough. And if I remember blocking, it consumes stamina. So maybe their hits are going to be so large that I'm going to get like knocked back because it'll consume all my stamina and whatnot. So let's try here. If you got any wonder... Yeah, I'm being pushed back, but at least I can fight with my shield. Because I used to block all the time with my other character. Because it's way more... like, it's a lot easier with the freaking shield. That guy was a boss. Someone who still loses health? Okay, I did not see these shields then. The buckler in Dark Souls 1, I remember like I could riposte fairly easily, but I think if you block with it, you can probably lose some health. I don't remember that. But yeah, that guy was a boss because I killed him and now he's not there anymore, so problem solved with that guy. But there goes a source of Aye. That was an one-time monster which drop an Istrips upgrade item. He's kind of like the Black Knight in Dark Souls 1, if you remember. Yep. Oh, I didn't know that he spawned only once, actually, from Dark Souls 1. But I do remember the Dark Knight. And Batman. And you can make them fall, so long as you're careful. Read message. Head ahead and a short neck. Whoa! What does that do? Ah, yes. Got it. Now, here's... I think I can fight one of them at a time. Right? No. Okay. You got a freaking large sword. Oh yeah, this guy's giving me peace. Okay, so I can fight him by my own. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why Bloodborne is the way it is. Yeah, I'm losing health by blocking, actually. Bloodborne forces you to be aggressive because Dark Souls teaches you to be super defensive. And they noticed that that was kind of a weakness in the design of... Oh, God. Okay. Of Dark Souls. But I kind of like that. It shows patience is a virtue, as it should be. Get some distance, try to target the freaking... And, Alright, I'm not sure how to deal with these guys. I'm gonna have to dodge, I think. Nope. Come on, run, bastard. Oh, I remember how I dealt with those guys. uh... Oh, no, wait, they don't follow. Because I remember pushing some of them off the cliff. Weakness, just different. No, I'm saying like it's not necessarily bad because I prefer it this way. I tend to be a very aggressive player when I play a game like StarCraft, Diablo, and stuff like that. And a game that kind of forces you to slow down to me is good. But what I mean by weakness is that when everybody has that as a strategy, kind of makes you wonder. Now, I'm sure there's a few exceptions. Some people will just, I'm naked and I'm just going to do pole arms or whatever. But I'm saying, like, when you're designing a game and then you realize everybody's holding the shield, and I'm not just like wielding a shield, I'm talking like in combat, left clicking and holding it down and just like backstab people when they have an opening. Maybe we should change the design of it. So that's a direct influence to Bloodborne because you can't have any of that. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't go back with Dark Souls 3 and have that, it's not necessarily bad. What I meant by weakness is that it kind of puts the overall design to a test, and that is kind of like a, well, if we had a better design, it would probably be more, not balanced, but like more diverse. Um, we're talking about the game or real life, nice. So, yeah, okay, so I reset, I can actually just fight one at a time. Okay, so whoop. That's the wrong side to go, but yeah. And I think the way they did it with Bloodborne, and I can't speak from experience because I've never played it, but that's not true. I have played like 5 minutes. Um, but I think it's like if you get hit, you get a window of opportunity where you, if you're aggressive and you can deal damage, you get your health back. I think that's the way they did it. You getting back the souls you had last time you died? I already did. When I killed the first dude of the guy with the two-handed sword, that's when I got my souls. I ran past them all and I got my souls. So yeah, I'm fine. I got my 1600 or whatever total I had before I fought the two shielded dude. Yep. I could have swung there, didn't. And done. Right. Oh, well, you guys are confusing. Offense is your defense in Bloodborne. Yeah, which is the way that I tend to. Your best defense is in offense, kind of thing. In most strategy game. I remember my first and I think it was my last playthrough. Well, I wouldn't call it a playthrough, but game experience with Civilization 5. We played a LAN, turn-based still, but it was a LAN. I think it was we 3 human players and a bunch of CPUs to fill the gaps. And I remember, yes, I know there's a boss. We should probably level up. Choices. 2000, you know what? I'm going to finish my thought and then I'm going to attack him. So yeah, in Civilization 5, you know, we were all like in the same room chatting and stuff like that and making fun of each other and stuff like that. And we've noticed that I was very aggressive to the point where my nation was mostly military. And one of them was like, dude, you're like, one of them was playing very diplomatic and very like, tree hugger style. Like, let's make like environment stuff and let's make peace treaty with everyone and stuff like that. And I was like, kill everything, because it's like I ended up being in a war with someone, and the only way I managed to survive was to build soldiers and attack and take up my military and attack and take more cities and attack to the point where I eliminated that country, but I couldn't support myself because of taxes and stuff like that. So the best way to gain money for me was to keep attacking and pillaging cities and stuff like that. So I kept growing and it kept getting into bigger wars with other countries, and I just kept spreading like the Zerg, like a plague, and I just kept attacking. It's like, to me, it was like I couldn't stop, and people was like in the room were like, slow down, dude. Like, you're everybody's at war with you, and I'm like, I can't stop even if I wanted to, because the last time I tried to stop, I had a huge depression on my hands, and I had economic failures and stuff like that, and I couldn't recuperate until I killed somebody else, and it just kept getting more and more money. So I I guess, subconsciously believe that the best defense is an offense. But I'd like You Were America. Uh, I don't know. I don't remember if I was uh, the American country, but yeah, that's how I played. Well, not to say like not to write a commentary on like Americans and stuff like that, but that's the you know. Is he just like the other sword guy? I remember him being scarier. But then again, he was one of the first boss that I oh no, he's just the door to the boss. What am I talking about? The boss is through that door. Or he'll jump right now. There's a community patch to fix a controls problem in DS1 called DS Fix if you are interested. I think I played with it. And there's a mouse fix as well. I don't trust this path actually. So I am going to yeah, alright. Alright, considering that I got hit pretty bad and I got no resources whatsoever before the boss, I am going to recharge. I think no one can play Dark Souls 1 on the PC without that fix. Because I think it also fixes like frame rate issues and the mouse look. Yeah, that's the mouse fix. Yeah, I'm just talking to myself right at this point. The hell do you want? Go away. I'm gonna travel. I can play the. Oh yeah, well, aren't you special?
Bearer of curses. Seek souls. Larger, more powerful souls.
And you still think it has? Oh, dude,
That is the only way.
you want me to rant for hours on controls
Can swallow you whole.
and interface and buttons? Don't tempt me because I can and I might. To everybody's, you know, like what the. Like, I don't want to continuously bash on the series. So what I'm going to say to Veek, just as a sample of how backwards insane this is, I'm on the PC right now, and I'm using a mouse. You can't see my cursor, unfortunately, but you can see me selecting with the mouse up and down really fast, blah, 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 right? It tells me to use. I mean, the only thing that's remotely like close to control schemes at the bottom of the menu here is the up, down, left, right, because I know that's the keys on the keyboard, the arrows. Done, back, and help. Anyways, I am going to go with vitality. No, wait, the hell? I gotta figure out which button it is to, was it V? Was it B? Was it Y? Hang on, it's G maybe? No. R? H? No, J is the camera. U? No. Q? E? Z? No. X? Tab? Is it tab? No, it's not tab. mind you, this is just a temporary thing. I just need to figure out what help is. Is it shift? Is it alt? Control? Certainly not Windows keys. It's spacebar? It's not spacebar. T. Okay, I got T. Vigor. Attributed determines HP. So what's vitality then? Right. That's the confusion. Okay, so we're going to do that. We're going to go with strength. Because I'm a strength build. No, 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 no. Feek. Same. Like, I'm also sad. But I was able to play it. I can't say that it's not playable. But I will definitely say that Dark Souls 2 is more enjoyable because it's easier to handle. Control-wise. Do I need next year? What is this? Aptitude. Raises various resistances. That might actually be cool. Resistant poison, bleed, petrify, curse. Okay. Intelligence, magic defense, not too bad. And faith is... Okay, so we want... Apparently, last time we had a discussion on stats, ADP was like the most important thing in the game. So, I'm going to ignore it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to figure out what this is first. Okay, so I'm going to go and put some points there. Which I can't, because I got no more points. Did I not charge my Estus Flask? Oh, it's right there. Okay. So, wait, I'm permanently blocking. Why? Okay, well, I know how to reset it. I just need to know there's a button that makes it permanently block it. And I know that I knew it. Is it O? Is it P? Is it Shift? Control? Alt? Q? Tab? Is it Tab? No, it's not Tab. Is it R? No. Is it T? Nope. Is it... Nope. No. I know what this is, but... Ah, it's M. Okay, there we go. So I knew there was a key. Which makes it easier to not hold... I think I prefer the control of not holding down not toggling it. I toggle my run, because I feel holding down spacebar is actually kind of a weird way to do it. Because it's not natural for me to do that. So for me, holding down left mouse button kind of confirms that the only other key I need to attack has to be the other button, which is the right key, or right mouse button. Now the only problem with holding down the shield, and I guess that's why I don't toggle it, now that I think about it, it's the fact that your stamina doesn't regenerate. Gives you more invincibility frames when you're dodging, pretty much. The resistance are a nice bonus, but okay. Go to the mansion and hit the store on the well. There's an Estus flask. That'll help you get your second Estus. Oh, okay. If you don't like me saying stuff, nah, I just did not. Is this first playthrough? It might as well be. It's not, but technically I never played through it. I'm well aware of stuff here. I lost my save game. That I think I got 8% of the game done with the other character, which is a character that was heavily reliant on backstabbing with small daggers and stuff like that, which I loved a lot, despite the fact that it's probably like the worst character decision I probably should do as a beginner. This time I'm playing as a knight instead of a bandit. You're back. You're still here, eh? Alright. Yeah, I lost my save game. No. This is not by choice. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this again. But it's interesting because I like... You're not following me, right? Oh, you are. Hello. And I'm dead. No, Steam just decided to wipe it all out. So I got nothing. But like I was gonna say, I also like the idea that now that I'm more aware or familiar with the game, my approach to it, my thoughts about it never changed. But my approach to how I handle combat against these guys, for example, like it's a lot more methodical. And like I discovered like the shop guy, and I just bought a helmet. Like I was already in the mindset that I should immediately try to get equipment. And I knew that a shield was good for me, kind of thing. So I knew that I needed a shield, etc., etc. So it's kind of stuff like that that makes it like interesting, like player knowledge. Yeah, hold that thought, dude. I'm coming back. Hey, dude. I said I'd be back. I'm not a liar. Woo! I mean, it wasn't just Dark Souls that got affected by my Steam wipe. It was essentially all my Steam games. Skyrim, Morrowind, stuff like that. Fortunately, I managed to keep a backup. Oh, crap. Oh, you're resetting? Okay, cool. I know there's a boss. I should do the smart thing. but I'm not. I was gonna say I should do the smart thing and level up. Because it's gonna bite me in the rear if I screw up too often. So I think that was the way I think I would lure him out. It's not to be forced to. Oh god, I did the same mistake twice already. Okay. 1, 2, and then 3. Okay, where's your swing? There you go. God, get out of the way. Really? I thought you would reset. Don't you guys reset? You did last time. Alright, oh, these are the new guys. What are you guys doing here? Yeah, alright, I might as well just die here. Doing this place with one Estus flask is brutal even for me. Yeah. For the record, Gix, you're in the wrong area. Well, the game needs to tell me that. But nice of you to hint that at me, though, because there is another area that I know I can do. Yeah, I knew I was going to get hit. I'm just going to recuperate. I'm going to level up and try the other way. Now that you mentioned that I'm in the wrong area, I know where you're referring to. Give me a second. Alright, just you and me. I think the game has been hinting at you. Not really. You could say that the game, you know, if it's too hard, then obviously you're not supposed to be here. But the game is hard from the get-go. I think the only hint is the fact that I've been fighting like zombies in the tutorial, and then suddenly I'm fighting knights. But you don't know if it's because it's the tutorial. There's no progression. I just finished the tutorial and suddenly I'm out here. The level up chick only told me to see the king. And she doesn't need to tell you where to go. I'm replying to like, I've played this game and tons of times and I don't remember her telling me to go. It doesn't. Why does the max XP bar drop? Because I keep dying, and when you keep dying as a zombie, you just lose health. You degenerate until you turn yourself back into a human and then recycle. So it's like the more you suck, the less health you have to play with. I mean, in her in the girl's defense, she never really told me that she was the one to level up. When I was looking for her to like, why can't I talk to her? Like, I want to level up, kind of thing. I just knew it because, from my experience, I didn't know what triggered. I just remembered that she's the guide for leveling up, and I would level up, and that was it. Um,
Bearer, seek souls. Larger, more powerful souls. Seek the king. That is the only way. Lest this land swallow you whole, as it has so many others.
it doesn't help that the game is cryptic, but I kind of like it this way. But the whole argument that oh, that's not where you're supposed to go. I'm obviously exaggerating my tone because I'm sure that you guys who are, I think it was Sonic who was saying that. I'm pretty sure you didn't mean it that way, but those kind of arguments that I shouldn't be here, like how am I supposed to know? And it's um, things that are obvious. I mean, the whole concept of something being obvious should be or is completely relative and subjective in some way, and there are things to help make it obvious, like it's right in front of you. It's like super glowing red, like that's or when I talk about lighting and colors in designs, like to tell you where to go, they'll put the path. And I'm not talking necessarily about Dark Souls, but I'm talking about like games in general. What they'll do is that they'll light up the place to tell you like this is where to go. So it's not obvious, but at the very least you're being guided. And the only thing that I remember from this playthrough and the last is I shouldn't call it a playthrough is the fact that right here there's two paths. This one, the one on the right, kind of leads you to believe that there might be like I don't know, just like an item to pick up or something. This seems more like yeah, this is the main area. So, and I think whoever was Terabyte who was stuck with those, I don't know if Terabyte went through that path before, but maybe because if there were underpower or underleveled or undergeared, maybe that was the frustration that that player had. So, and then you mentioned, see, the thing with the well, I avoided it because I was afraid of the pigs. I'm gonna do it now. I think this is it. Yeah. So I got a shard. Stuff like that. It's okay. It's all great. It's like secrets and stuff like that, but you shouldn't rely on that. Um, the advice helped me beat the first guy, but now I think I'm at an impasse with the second guy. Were you actively trying to play the game right now?
Bearer of the curse.
Because again, I knew what I was doing, sort of, with the first guy, but I still died quite a few times with the second.
That is the only way. Lest this land swallow you whole, as it has so many others.
It's just better to go certain ways first for certain characters in first playthrough. Yeah. There's not really a right or wrong way to go. Yeah, but it does. Dark Souls 1, you can basically go anywhere you can see, but Dark Souls 2... See, Dark Souls 1 did have an area at the beginning of the game that is like, don't go there, you'll die, and there's no point for you to go there. And it's that cave near the graveyard. So first of all, skeletons aren't that easy to kill off with the starter gear, but they're regular-sized people, like enemies. So you don't think twice about it. You just go, all right, they're just harder, or they're hard because the game is hard. So I'm just gonna, the game has a reputation of being hard, so I'll Yeah, I'm hardcore. I'll stomach through it. But if you go to the cave, then you just get pummeled by never-ending respawning enemies, and with like energy projectiles that come from the darkness essentially, and you don't know how to beat them until you realize that no, the game is, you're not supposed to be there at all. Okay, that's not even a path. Oh, hello. If she really does tell you where to go, it's some really cryptic stuff. I tend to only overanalyze games that I really love. Normally, it's not even that path, actually. It's like this way, I think. Um, I only overanalyze games that I already like know about and like I'm comfortable with, and then I want to dig deeper and stuff like that. So I can't. Is here? Because where do you start? You come from. This is where you come from. This is the tutorial area, so that's not it. Is it over here? No, this is the tutorial area. So the other path. There's a path next to the bonfire. Okay, I beat the first guy. Great. There's a path here. There's a next to the bonfire behind the walls. Wait, Gix, remember you talked about killing stuff and not responding. That Neil Stone at the end, dead end makes enemies harder and always respawn. What do you mean, show me how it's done, Gix? Like, what do you want me to do? Kill the big mace dude? Big mace dude is gone. Like, I don't have anything else to. I can't show it to you. Because I killed it and it's like it's a permanent death. How strong are we talking about? If it's just like, oh well, for veterans, then it's like I don't think I can consider myself a veteran. Any Dark Souls 2 guys know about this stone? Remember, the big guys have 3 attacks, so it's like, hey, they'll swing horizontally, and each swing is progressively wider to the point where the third one is, I think, it's like 180 degrees, if not more. And the only exception to that rules is if you see him hold 2 hands up, if the mace is above his head, he will smash downwards. He won't swing. Oh my god, he fell off. Well, congrats, you killed him off. But you have to equip. Makes the game as hard as NG plus. New Game Plus. Ooh. Okay, well, I'm not comfortable with that. So I guess I'll. But the idea to turn the game into like. You know, they respawn like they should, I believe. I have this belief that this game is hard enough as it is. I understand why they removed it because of the farming, but and that was my main complaint actually with Dark Souls. Well, no, that's not true. Main complaint is, and it always will be, the controls, but um, there's nothing here. I know this isn't it. Well, there's a guy there. What the hell's your problem?
You're undead, aren't you? You have that distinct scent, the smell of irreversible fate. This is Majula. It is a kind of settlement, a place where life is almost normal. And in Drang Lake these days, there are very few places like that.
Oh, is this it? Is that the path? If the first monster is a zombie or something small, I mean, let's talk about hidden though. That's. I know people consider me blind when I play like the Elder Scrolls and stuff like that. But I consider myself like very attentive when I don't know where to go. Yeah, okay, there's a switch there. Is it really lit up? Let me go back. Okay. Because let's talk design for a second. Hang on. You probably already know where I'm coming from with this. Okay. You start here. Right? And you're following, your eyes automatically follow the path, and you notice that there's a strange obelisk thing over there, and you say, oh, what a gorgeous view, the sun is over there, it's very shiny, and then it's like, oh, what's this? What's this? And this is side content. I don't know what this is, but it's nothing. So you just follow the path. There's no way for you to just immediately spot this. So you go here, and you know, okay, forget the lady. The lady's not there, right? So colors, this grabs your attention. Anything else? And of course, I'm delaying this. Like, I should probably. Do I fight them all at once? Avoid fighting all of them at once. Try to stay. If you're fighting the dudes in the ring, like they're all waiting for you, and there's like two guys on the outer. I'm trying to go for the camera. Two guys on the edges with a sword and shield, and the other guy is like in the middle with a two-handed sword. Try to get the two-handed sword guy first. I would hug the left wall at the very least. Just trying to get that guy in. And the other guys will probably try to follow you around. Don't be too scared. Just focus on one guy, but don't fight in the middle. whatever you do. If anything, try to pull them outside to that ridge and do the same thing you did against the guy with the mace where he just fell off, because that's probably the easiest way to kill him. As a newbie, though, you should probably try to fight and learn how to block and dodge and roll. But yeah, avoid fighting 3 at a time. 2 is already a hassle. It can be done. If you don't have a shield, though, avoid doing so. But yeah. So, visually, everything on the left side of the screen does nothing. This side is completely blind to you as a new player, and you only look at the sun, the obelisk, and the fire. And obviously, there's only one thing out of the 2, of the 3, I mean, that you haven't seen before, because you've seen the sunset before, a few seconds ago. You've seen the obelisk before, a few seconds ago. And this is new, so you go, hey, what's this? It's orange. Obviously, this would be more obvious if the entourage was, blue or like colder colors, so that the warm color would pop out. But the way the lighting works, this is still very obvious. She's not there. Actually, why put her there? I guess, I don't know. But no, I don't buy that as being like a very lit area. But let's assume that I do this and I'm going to check out the obelisk. This is the only time you will ever see it. If you go here and boom. Now, composition-wise, the way it's lit, and I'm talking colors and values, not necessarily light sources, because obviously there's a light sources way over there. But do you really notice it? Like, of course there's an arch, right? And archways are good indications of doors, but you see, in contrast, you see the one we came from, and that's it. Like, it's very obvious. It's a big shadowy shape right there. It almost fits my helmet in there. Yeah, there we go. So I never saw the one on the right. And of course, like, I would be amazed if everyone on their first place would immediately go there. But that won't light up until you ignite it, though? What, this? I'm pretty sure it does. It's not like fully lit, but it's orange. Let me I'm sure there's another one. Let me actually go do content. Like, let's play the game and stop arguing about it. But I'll show you what I mean. Of course, those are obvious as hell, which is good. The next one, I'll try to remember to not activate it too fast. And pull. If I remember correctly, I'm doing 220 damage compared to my usual. You probably hit from the back. Hitting from the back does way more damage. And I think the way you hold the sword, like if you're holding it with 2 hands, you deal more damage. You should exhaust the NPC dialogue by using the talk option in the menu after you initiated conversation with them. That's the only story game will feed you directly. Yeah, story, which is completely true. I should. I never have the habit of doing that. Oh yeah. I never have the habit of doing that, and for those who are familiar with my channel, will know that. With Skyrim, with Morrowind, they say, oh, I should talk to NPCs and click on all the blue tacks in Morrowind, and I'm like, no. Pick up item. Human effigy, that's good. Now, is there another path? Or is this... Of course, now it's super dark. Now is this path right here. Oh, this is the area that... Yeah, I think I know this area. And there is... I even see it from here. Of course, I know what I'm looking for, as opposed to someone who's just first playing for the first time. But you can see the what is it called? A bonfire at the very end. It's right above my helmet. It's a little orange dot. Can I just like... Okay, who's next? I remember having a day here. Just... Yeah, you got a dagger, so you attack like a crazy mother. But I can backstab you to smithereens. Okay. I love backstab. And I love it that I can do it with the sword. Although it should be technically harder. But, I love it. No, I think I can go here without dying. Okay, I'm actually really paranoid about water now. So is it safe? Am I gonna drown? They give you something to do. If you exhaust all the dialogue, you gain the, oh my god, where's the donation perk? That's funny. Whoa, hello. Of course, there's the archer, and I only know about the archer because this is not my first time rodeo. He's right here. Wait. Yeah, there he is. And there's a guy on the right that I never saw yet. Here we go. And I've got this by memory because I remember spending a lot of time here. I'm talking like I'm a pro at this, but I'm really not. Swing, 1, 2, 3, and then bam. I can also do 1, 2, 3, which is kind of nice when they do 1, 2, 3 because it really represents how many swings you can also do. 1, 2, and then 3. Oh, you can do 4. There's character quests that you can build. There's quests in this game? I thought it was just like, go see the king and die a lot. Alright, so I know... See, the problem is I know where to go. It's not so much a problem, but... so much easier. Of course, I ran out of stamina when trying to block from him. And bam. It's way easier as a knight. So I'm probably going to play... Oops. Probably going to play as a knight in Dark Souls 3. Because I realized that playing as a sneaky thief is the worst thing you could possibly do as a beginner. Because there is no stealth, which is fair enough. And the goggles, they do nothing, or the magnifying glass, or whatever it's called. No, the archer is here somewhere. I know there's an archer. There you are. What? I got killed by the archer? Are you serious? I ran out of stamina. Okay. Because it's interesting. If there are quests, this is really interesting. I just assumed that it was just like a dungeon crawler, like it just you kill stuff and survive, which I think I would have been completely okay with. Um, Thanks, game. I have no idea. There's a picture on the internet. I get it's not necessarily a meme, but it's like meme-like that's circulating the internet where it's iconic logos of video games. So you got like the Triforce for Zelda, you have the dragon for the Elder Scrolls. They say Skyrim, but it's the same dragon. It's for all the Elder Scrolls. And what other icon? Oh yeah, Assassin's Creed. You see like the triangle thing going on. And whoa, don't die yet, dude. And then you have the "you died" from Dark Souls. I thought it was pretty funny because Dark Souls, as far as I know, doesn't have a logo. Yeah, I kind of assumed that I'm responding to hang on, to Sonic um, about oh, shit. About the fact that these guys are basically you in a far degraded state. And I'm gonna die. Of course. Shit. Yeah, and I think that it's one of the things that I love about the series is the fact that there's story, there's lore, but it doesn't beat you to death with it. It just beats you to death. Um, there are games that are so focused on giving you the story. And oh look, we've spent hours writing dialogue for or developing this character, and it's like you don't care. You just want to fight. You just want to kill stuff. And I like the fact that simple games like this, kind of like I compare it a lot to roguelikes. Roguelikes have no story whatsoever, or if there is a scenario, it's you can make your own essentially. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't make a difference. Diablo, same thing. There's a huge, interesting story, and I spent a good portion of my life being engrossed in it. And that's how I had all archers. From the subtleties, you'll notice, oh, well, this guy says, prepare to die kind of thing. It's like, that's what it means because you're about to die. And it's interesting. If it's one of the reasons why I respect the Witcher series, because I think their story writing is excellent, but there's way too much dialogue. Way too much dialogue. And you could argue, well, this is an RPG and Dark Souls isn't, or whatnot. But hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. But I'm just talking about video game. Like, just let me play the game. Shut up and let me play the game. Are you gonna play some Morrowind soon? Yes. Then again, last time I said that, I'm a little hesitant because last time I said that, I couldn't. Therefore, I didn't. That kind of creeped me out. But yes, the next one on the list right now for Let's Plays is Morrowind, which I'm still not sure where to go. And then it'll be Morrowind some more, and probably a little bit more Morrowind, and then I'll go back to Skyrim. And then I'm going to move along with Diablo 3's hardcore playthrough. And then I'm going to do some Morrowind again. I'm just going to... Right, shield does not block arrows. What did you do? You just died? No, you just decided to not jump. Got it. Can you imagine starting to run and then you run out of stamina the moment you need to freaking jump? Hey, short sword. Well, of course you had to read text in Morrowind. That's all there is. The Witcher is based on the book series, and maybe that's the reason. Well, yeah, fair enough. But you need to adapt it, right? And it's a very good adaptation. It's just one of those. I can't say that oh, I love the series and blah 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 because of the reasons I just stated. It's like way back, I went and see a movie. It was I was gonna say theaters, but that was not true. I saw it on DVD. The Half-Blood Prince, Harry Potter, and was it the Half-Blood Prince? Yeah. Anyways, I had problems with it because they hyped it up like, oh my God, who is the Half-Blood Prince? Or not even. They just there was no, they did hype it up, and they didn't build it up to the point where I cared. They mentioned it like once or twice, but apparently at the end it was this like super massive, you know, Luke, I am your father moment, and the friend I was with told me that but that's what happens in the book and stuff like that. Well, yeah, but if it's in the book, you make it work in the movie, or you don't make the movie at all. Do I fight this guy? Or yeah, I'm gonna fight him. Hi, how's it going? I thought clicking on you would... I don't want to attack you. That's like a low blow. But I want to attack you. Oh, I love your posture. I forgot about you. 1, 2, 3. Bam. Block. 1, 2. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Speedy Gonzalez. Give me a second here. Okay. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. So 1, 2. Shit. Dodge. Okay. I needed time to... This guy's following me pretty quickly. Man, you're fast. All right. Yeah, I couldn't handle that guy. Yep. Well, I'm glad I could actually like break it down for you a little bit, make it slightly easier to grasp. Because I certainly don't necessarily understand all the nitty gritty, but that's as far as I could piece together. One, two, three. Yeah, the reason why I attacked him, even though I had reservations, is because I remembered an awesome sword that I had in the other playthrough, which I almost always use aside from the dagger. And I was like, isn't that where I get it from? Because the first time I played, like, I didn't know for sure that it was him. Because I just kill, loot. Ow, ouch. And at one point I checked my inventory and there it was. But it feels like he stands out as a knight because he's dressed in white and all that stuff. So it makes sense for him to. I'm gonna go have fun, good luck, and definitely be there next time you play some Dark Souls. Next time I play some Dark Souls, it'll probably be Dark Souls 3. Hopefully. I know now I have to be a little bit more careful with the games that I buy, because the system requirements for Dark Souls 3 seems a little steep. It uses DirectX 11, and I'm not sure if my computer will be able to handle that. That's the only reason why I say this. You're gonna stream Dark Souls or upload to your channel? I'm tempted to put it on my channel. I'm tempted. I don't know yet. I know a lot of people, like, I think it a lot of people go back to the series of videos that I've done on my YouTube channel on Dark Souls 1, and I almost regret not showing it off with my streams for Dark Souls 2, especially concerning like, my gripes against some of the monster designs and stuff like that. Because I really want to be able to like, look at this design and try to convince me that it's good, kind of thing. And I'm saying that not all the monsters are like that, but some of them really are terrible. At least I believe they are. Which, again, doesn't make me necessarily right, but that's the impression that I have, and I'm sticking to it. Just because I have a YouTube channel or I have a stream doesn't necessarily mean you guys have to agree with me. So, because obviously Diablo 1 is the best game ever. No contest. So, yeah, I don't know. I might do it as a Let's Play. And I might... The stream and the Let's Plays all have their own, like, advantages. Can I just talk to him instead of attacking him? No. Alright, you're a fast dude. So I gotta be careful. So you go 1, 2, and then 3, and then you surprise me, and then you go 4. And you go super fast, dude. Like, I don't. How did I kill you before? I just noticed something. Oh my god. Okay, this is actually, now that I noticed it, I don't know what to do. Hang on. I need to run away from him. This is a bad way to run away from him. You don't climb, right? Brendan is another zombie dude. Great, you don't climb. Thank God. I gotta fix this. I got an audio problem. Ah, thank God. I was delayed. Like you probably guys were hearing this, but I was delayed by a lot. Meaning like 100-ish episodes. I don't know. Like, of course, I won't be able to finish it. There's no way for me to finish this. I'm nowhere near that level of quality, and I can't I can't roll down to. I want it to drop kill him. I am screwed. Is there a way to drop safely here? I do have knives. It's an item. I have 3. Is that how I killed the guy before? Maybe? Oh, sweet. I'm not sure about the other zombie. I don't know where he came from. But, alright. 1, 2. Man, this guy's fast on his feet. 1, 2. Oh man, I want him to... Okay, I guess you don't get... Bye. He's a little too fast for me, so... Kind of like the Daggerfall special, yeah. You can drop the gap. At the gap, you just jump. Pretty sure there's a ledge. Maybe. Let's see. Gonna try to level up a bit. Get a stat up. It won't make much of a difference, but maybe.
Bearer of the curse. Seek souls. Larger, more powerful souls.
Like, what kind of dialogue am I supposed to do with this character? Because every time I talk to her, she says the exact same thing.
Lest this land swallow you whole, as it has so many others.
Oh, there's actually a talk function.
Over the hill and past the forest is the king's castle, where a man peered straight into the essence of the soul. But whatever came of it,
She talks about a forest. Let me pause this. She talks about a forest over the hill. I'm trying to figure out, is that the forest that she talks about?
bearer of the curse,
Yes.
seek souls.
Yes.
Seek the
Yes. I can't skip
king.
this.
Lest this land
Oh yeah, I can. Okay. Let me talk to you again.
Those who come to Drangleic seeking salvation soon lose hope and turn hollow. It happens to them all,
See ya, Risha.
sooner or later. That blue knight at the base of the tower, his spirit is already broken. Although he does offer sound advice. Perhaps he is a foreshadowing of your own future.
I'm assuming the tower. She means the obelisks.
That tiny thing inside the ruins. An ancient being that will mock your very existence. She imparts sound wisdom. Provided you find her on a good day. The sign you bear will drain your very souls. And without souls, you will turn hollow. Stay strong. Do not lose hope. Even when you have precious little time. For when the undead dies, it is never truly dead, but only one step closer to hollowing. Not all undead are hollows, but all hollows were once undead. If you find an Estus shard, bring it to me.
She tells you this like so far into the dialogue. All right. Is that the only?
Over the hill
No.
past the forest is the king's castle, where a man peered straight into the essence of the soul. But whatever came of it,
So is she repeating now?
those who come to Drangleic seeking salvation soon lose hope and turn hollow. It happens to them all, sooner or later. That blue knight at the base of the tower.
There he goes. So it does loop.
Is already broken.
Okay. The base of the tower. That's kind of all right.
Perhaps he is a foreshadowing of your own future.
So I'm gonna talk to that guy because he's the only one next to the merchant who I can talk to. And that's it for a level. I'm level 18 now. I might as well talk to these guys because I never really paid too much attention to them. These feel so depressive.
And Solden. And like you, I lost everything.
You lost everything. Oh
And
no.
now I'm here. You probably heard that it was possible to break the curse here. Well, that's not true at all.
Oh, you're that depressed?
Nothing here for you, me, or anybody.
What are you talking about? I'm here to play a game.
Do you know much about souls?
The tasty.
Even I'm not certain, but I'm told that the soul is the essence of life itself. Anything living, sentient or no, supposedly has one. What we call the curse is traceable to the soul. Do you see what that means? To be alive, to walk this earth. That's the real curse, right there.
He's still human, so I'm assuming that he didn't try to kill himself.
And
Yeah, he is undead.
quite a
Alright.
predicament, really. There are 4 beings in this land with giant souls. And wherever you go from here, you'll sooner or later come up against them. Each has a powerful soul and a terrible curse. If that frightens you, then you ought to just give up right now. Like I have.
Can I have your armor?
Do you ever cry out for help? The journey of an undead is long and treacherous. You'll face invaders from other worlds at every turn.
Literally.
If you need help, face danger, the Blue Sentinels will come to your aid.
Really? I don't remember him in Dark Souls.
If you wish. You need only accept their kind embrace.
I don't know if I should join because it's freaking depressing. It's a covenant. It's very religious, so I'm gonna say no.
I see. Then you'll have to break. If you ever require help, come back anytime. I will stay here and pray for your safety.
Or is this like? Do these start like side quests? You know what? I'm gonna join if.
It suits me just fine. It will grow on you, this place.
Enter Covenant. Learn gesture? Huh. I like the color blue. You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna join. Whatever that means. So now what?
May you find peace on your journey. Life is a journey, and every journey eventually.
I don't think I've ever joined a group in these games, so
Do you see the way beyond the bonfire? That will take you to the forest of the giants. There was once a great fort, but little of it remains. You may just find something there that will be of use on your journey. But don't venture too far inside, or you might not come back.
did I just got a hint as to where I was supposed to go from this guy? Oh yeah, the cat.
May you
Okay.
find peace on your journey.
To beyond the bonfire. Well, that could be anything. You leave if you want to just talk to the cat. Okay. So I get a ring. What does that do? Covenant ring. Alright. Doesn't seem to be doing anything, but I'm part of the blue team. Wearing red. I am going to go back to where I was. I need to kill the guy because the sword is great. And it would be a great upgrade for me. It shoots lightning, if I remember correctly. So... I love backstabbing. Okay. So... Yeah. That's one of the things I liked about the dagger is that I kind of miss now. Is that I was able to overwhelm them with attacks before they could swing. I can sort of do it with the sword. My icon changed actually at the top left. Is that because I'm a blue guy now? Okay. the hell do I kill this guy? I don't know. So I gotta take them down when I with a cleave. Not like that, but with a cleave. There we go. No, there's another guy. Where are you? I know you're here. There it is. Also, oh yeah, that's right. You do have inscriptions on items. Let me find a safer spot. You're right. T, was it? Current durability, maximum durability. At 0 items, break and become ineffective. Auto repair? Did I read that right? I could get down with that. I hate going to the blacksmith. Kinda hate the fact that I have practically nothing in terms of health. See, stuff like this. Come here. Okay. Don't screw up. That wasn't the item description. Well, it looked to that to me. See a terabyte. Great, now I have to figure out another key. Okay, blue seal increases health slightly. The way of blue is not is not a developed religion. It is a humble prayer. Don't call it a covenant. That spreads naturally amongst those seeking help. Blue are invaded by dark spirits. They can receive assistance from masters of other world. So what? When you are invaded by an enemy player, somebody else can hop in and help you? Alright. Assuming I read that right. Alright, how the hell? I want your sword, dude. And I can't sneak in and backstab. Alright, you run at me. You swing like a crazy. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's your pattern? No, I can't deal with your pattern, dude. No, sorry. It's like 1, 2, delay 3. But he does it with... Whoa, what the crippin' crap? Ugh, I missed. Shit. I can't read the guy. It's how he brings up the sword, but can't put my finger on it. I forgot how to parry, and I can't backstab the guy. Primarily because I don't have enough time to position myself. He's right now I'm losing because he's too fast and unpredictable. Otherwise, hell yeah, I would have done that a long time ago. I used to be able to riposte in Dark Souls 1, and I just don't know how to do that in Dark Souls 2. At least I'm getting life gems. Alright. What do you mean, same thing? Same thing as what? Okay. Alright, at least I'm one Estus flask up, which is good. Done. You just backstab or riposte. I don't even know what you mean. I can't backstab if I can't get to his back. You can find these nice in many location. Maybe. Alright, I think there is one last dude to kill before the night. Of course, all the bloodstains are all against this guy for sure. So I think the guy that I need to kill is here. Is there you? Is it you? It is you. You sneaky bastard. Okay. I mean that it works almost exactly in the first game, but you were saying that it's not. No, no, no. I mean like I don't know how anymore, kind of thing. I used to. I just can't do it anymore. That's why I'm at. Like I'm not necessarily the control schemes are very different. I just don't know how. I know how to riposte. It's like you gotta time it with the. You gotta block, click or whatever. But that night is unique. He can suddenly attack behind. Yeah. 1, 2, and he does that, and then I go bam, and then he does. Yeah, I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't think that this is an opportunity to attack him. Oh no, you stop! Shit! You're supposed to keep swinging. Shit. I can't beat this guy anymore. There's no way. How did you do that? Like, you got the same animation. See, that's the thing that struck me by surprise. Every time he stops for a while. Stop! No, you supposed. Why did it click twice? It was stab and then dodge, and I guess I was too eager, so I clicked twice. Oh, those frustration moments. Because this guy can just like, oh well, I missed, but I can backstab these guys just fine. There's that guy. Oh, stupid target, piece of shit. Come on, there we go. I'm invincible while I'm backstabbing. There we go. Throwing knife, that's good. Yeah, too greedy. You should take a slower approach, and I already think you know that. Yeah, it's basically I just can't tell when when he's open because he does a lot of feints. Okay, well the disposition on these guys were different. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Down. That was a huge risk because if the ladder would block my sword, I would have been done for. You're still trying to block as you do go for a backstab. Hard to tell precisely. Well, yeah, the reason why I'm hesitant to let go of the shield is because I have no opening, or at least I can't see the opening. Makes me feel like if I drop the shield, he'll just swing at me anyways. And enemies that big, they tend to have like really wide swings. Of course. You dead now? Thank you. Alright. I should have saved the flask for later. At least again after this guy. Because now I'm screwed. Alright, pick up item. What is it? Throwing knife. See, I can't even use... Throwing knives are some of my favorite weapons in the game. And I can't even use it against this guy. He's too fast. So I'm actually struggling against a boss that I remember struggling before, but I don't think it took that many tries. So I'm just gonna kill this guy. Alright, so I just remembered how I killed him and I just wasted them all. And he's gonna strike. Yep, I'm dead. Yeah, I think that's what I did the first time I played this game, is that I just chucked all my daggers at him. Um, I'm not exactly sure how I'm supposed to beat him now. But now that I remember how I did it, I know that I didn't have an actual solution. I just used consumables. So that sucks. Oh, come on, dude. That's true. I think he does sell knives. I'm gonna get my souls at the very least, and yeah, I'm well aware of my max health. I considered turning back human. Have you tried Torchlight? Of course. Fantastic game. I have a few gripes with it, but beyond that, I feel it's, of course, with Matt, the composer of Diablo 1, being the composer for the music in Diablo in Torchlight, is already amazing in the first place. Um, I think I have humanity, so it's not that big of a deal.
Oh, I was hoping that you would come.
Yeah, Torchlight
I should
is pretty good. The problem I have with it is mainly its presentation,
selling rather
which
well,
is
and
a
I'm
really odd
very
thing for me to say, because I find the art style to be really cool.
even myself. To be honest.
But I feel it's a huge contrast to the tone of the game. So imagine Skyrim with cartoon characters. To me, it's like, what are you trying to do? Actually, you know what? Never mind. Skyrim could actually look pretty good as a cartoon, but um, imagine Dark Souls as a cartoon, right? I think there's only one company that managed to do something like that, and that's Bungie with their Myth series, where the game has cinematics, and their cinematics are hand drawn cartoons, and they managed to pull it off. But what I'm saying is that the music and the visuals don't match the game. Well, the music matches the game, but the visuals don't. So I had a problem with that. Um, Not saying that it sucks or anything like that. It looks great. Um, it just to me, I couldn't handle um, the constant nagging in my head that this does not compute type of thing. Uh, there's I'm not a huge fan of the pet either. I know why they did it, which is it's novelty, it's cute. It replaces the donkey in the or the pack mule in the Dungeon Siege series, which had a very similar mechanic. Instead of carrying the items, though, you can actually go back to town and sell the item. But the thing with it's convenience for a system that shouldn't be in the game. Like the whole shop for items and stuff like that. I don't feel it needs to be in the game like that. So for me, that was kind of like, nah. Skyrim as a cartoon, Oblivion, nice, um, good one. But yeah, like it's great. I prefer, Torchlight 2, of course. I feel like it's better designed, but again, it still has a problem with the visuals and stuff like that. And there's something about it doesn't have as much of finesse or um, fluidity as the Diablo series ever gotten. I mean, you could say that Diablo 1, the original, is stiff as hell. Yeah, but the entire pacing of the game is designed with that, in accordance to that, so it was alright. Um, you know, I get the impression that Torchlight is supposed to be run very smoothly and stuff like that. And the frame rate's fine. It's just the way you click to move around your character. It feels kind of a little eh. But yeah, it's a great game. I enjoy playing it. And if I ever get bored or if I'm ever done with Diablo 3, I would definitely start playing through the Torchlight stories and stuff like that because when I played them originally, I had a good vibe. I enjoyed it. The reason why I stopped playing Torchlight, the original one, primarily because it wasn't on the Macintosh platform. It was a Windows game, and I was playing it at a friend's computer, and I didn't necessarily wanted to invest in a game that wouldn't run on my machine. Of course, I'm playing Dark Souls and stuff like that, but that's besides the point. Back then, it was a little harder to do. So yeah, bigger shields. Can I not compare? I'm looking at the ratings. Okay, I understand the ratings. I'm pretty much all terrible at it, except for B, which I think I already have that armor, just by the looks of it. What about Transistor? I have it as a mobile game. I don't know if it exists on PC. Transistor is pretty cool. I think control-wise, it was a little bit weird for me. There were a few times where I tried to do a move and the character did a completely different move. Um, 25 strength. Where do you see that? Oh, I see it. 20 strength at the bottom. Yep. I wouldn't buy it anyways, but I was tempted. I want to play like a tank with this character, so it's like I want to like be the heaviest possible. Whoops. I want to talk to him. Um,
Take your time.
what was I talking about?
Did I mention before that, well, I'm not from
Yeah, Transistor. I didn't play too long though because I bought it as a mobile game, but then I realized that I don't play that many mobile games because
over time
I get car sick.
to turn my way.
So the only time is on the subway, and I don't have that much playtime in the subway. So I was like, they're real weird.
Strangely desperate and quite willing to pay a premium. Sadly,
But yeah, like dungeon crawlers that you know shake things up a bit and provide a little bit more interesting gameplay are always my cup of tea. Um, some of them are more puzzle-like, like Hieroglyphica is one that I absolutely adore. Another one is Crypt of the Necrodancer, which puts some DDR into the mix, which I always love. Um, Diablo, of course, with their randomization. Um, Dungeon Siege was pretty good. I actually enjoyed Dungeon Siege 3. There was a haunted house I really liked. And Dark Souls, of course. I like Dark Souls. As much as I gripe about it,
Lugging that giant blue sword about. I'm no expert, but that appears to be a fine specimen. The monstrous thing has a peculiar design, quite unlike anything found in Volgan. If you should speak to him, would you ask him if he won't sell it? I'd have to take another look, but I'm confident I could offer quite a price. Always
yeah,
open for business.
the Necrodancer game, to me, is one of the best roguelikes of the most recent ones that I've played. Primarily because it's such a simple design and it's executed in such a simple way that there's no way to not top it up. Like, you can't beat that in terms of design. You can't. There's nothing I would add or remove from the game,
Seek souls.
and that's when you know that you got a good, solid foundation.
Seek the king. That is the only way. Lest this land swallow you whole.
I have the Beholder 2, old Dungeon School FPS Dungeon Crawler was great. Yeah, those are more. I don't know, like, yes, but like more recently there was what is it called? Legend of Grimrock. And I'm gonna go with health. Legend of Grimrock, I had a fun blast with it. I didn't even complete it, but I ruined it for myself, and I explained why. I realized is that if I were to play it again, it would be exactly the same, unless I played like with different characters and stuff like that, and that saddened me, and to the point where I couldn't look at it again. It has like a map editor, and it has like, oh, download other people's maps, but I just no, I just couldn't do it. So there is something about first-person dungeon crawlers that are designed almost like a puzzle game that I can't. I enjoy puzzle games, but I don't like playing them. Does that make sense? I like the concept of the puzzle game, but what I hate about them is that once you solve it, you're done. You move on to the next. It's like Myst. I love Myst. I couldn't really do Riven because it's freaking shitty hard. But Myst, once you're done with it, it's like, all right, well, can't play that again. Unless you're waiting like 10 years before you bring the CD back up. So yeah, it's one of those things. Like, and I mentioned Hieroglyphica as a puzzle game because it's a random dungeon. It's a roguelike, but the way that it's designed, it's almost like every time you play, which is a different experience every time you play, it feels like a puzzle for every move. and that's great because it feels like it fills the void of I want to play a puzzle game, but it also oh man, I shouldn't do this actually. I should humanity up. Have I seen The Witness? No. I'm assuming you're talking about a game. Oh yeah, that thing. Games like that I couldn't play. I played like Myst, and for me that was it. And it was like, I'll never play a game like that again. Primarily because, like, sure you can make more content, but the content is always going to be finite. And it, like, my body or my mind just doesn't register that anymore. So it's like I ruined it for myself, thinking that hypothetically, if I ever finished it, I wouldn't be able to play it again and enjoy it because I would already know the answers, and because of that, I will never play it and never finish it, and therefore, so it goes into a loop. It's chicken and the egg. So I just never play them. Well, jump scares, horror games, like I'm not a fan of horror to begin with. So for me, horror games is just not my thing, and I would never. And it's odd because I love Diablo and stuff like that, but it had a horror tone, but it was never meant. Hello. It was never meant to scare you or anything like that. I got scared completely out of The Butcher, but it's I was what 12 years old maybe, but the playing it like at 1 in the morning, but it wasn't. It wasn't designed. Oh yeah, this guy's just, like he's supposed to be scary. So it was just this tone that made it scary, not necessarily the. I know that different puzzles have different solutions, but that's not why my mind just kind of shuts down and say I can't play this. It's because I will never be able to replay that puzzle ever again. If that makes sense. I'm not fed up with the type. I love the type. I just can't play the type. It's like I finished the only game I ever finished like that was that's true. That's really not true. I was gonna say the only game, but one of the few puzzle games that are more or less modern that I finished was Telltale's Back to the Future series, up to 5 episodes, and I finished them all. But it's like, well, I'll never play it again. And I think the only reason why I kept it, I pushed it, was because it's Back to the Future, and I freaking love the movies. It's just the idea. So you're saying that if you ever find a solution, your brain is done with the puzzle because, well, it's solved. Kind of. Like, I have the satisfaction of, oh, I've completed the puzzle. But I like my games to be replayable. I mean, I grew up with Diablo. So, to me, it doesn't make sense to regress to something that doesn't replay well. So, and puzzles are anything but replayable. So, the developer can keep constantly, like, put a new puzzle every day, and I still wouldn't play it because I wouldn't be able to replay that puzzle. I mean, it's silly, but I guess that's how my brain works. I have no solution for that. Um, See, now I have life gems. I could actually probably fight him now. Do I have... do I have throwing daggers? So yeah, I play dungeon crawlers. I mean, even Dungeon Siege to a certain degree was kind of... once you finish it, you're done, but it wasn't a puzzle, so I was like, I'm satisfied with the story. And that was it, kind of thing. Come on. I can't find any openings. And he stops, and then he'll just like, blah, blah. Wow, you didn't do a thing. Okay, you waited. Alright. See, you surprised me there again. Shit. Dodge, you idiot! At least I drank the life gem. How much is that going to regenerate? I wonder. It's like if I'm... He's got AI scripted, for sure. He's not just like a Super Mario boss or anything like that. He's got if behind, then do like anti-backstab thing. Like right here. Yeah, there he goes. So he knows. Which makes him a great boss, by the way. Oh, I should have continued. There we go. Got it. Alright, so that's done. Are you into any shooting games? I haven't had a game that interests me in terms of shooters. I mean, I love the Halo series because to me it goes back to Marathon, which is a Mac game. Thank you. I'm actually calmly very like in my mind I'm like fuck yeah, but like I gotta play it cool, right? But yeah, like I got all these swords actually. What the 120? Okay, that's a downgrade. 116. Wait, I'm already equipped. I'm already equipped with the best. I do less damage with it, but I do more damage with it. Because it compensates for... I'm going to do it. Unable to use this item... What? The hell is this? Dexterity? I need 10? Well, I'm sad now. What do I have in terms of dexterity? 8. I'm just going to peek. And if not, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to level up. Because I don't remember what follows. Oh, hang on. I know this immediate area. Hello. Of course, I'm trying to attack you from a corner, so oh, it still hurts you though. Done. Yeah, I don't know why because I was trying to get behind him, his reaction was too on point. And I'm like, that can't possibly work. And it's just, he's got an AI. He's scripted to understand that I'm behind him. And it's like, oh, well, that makes sense, and now I can kill him. So it's silly, but small details like that. It's like I'm so used to associating Dark Souls with, oh yeah, I remember you, with monsters that have patterns, that finding one that kind of does but doesn't, it really throws me off to the point where I'm inefficient. Which is interesting because I'm trying to build a game where AI is everything. So I wonder if I run the risk of putting my players through that same mindset, because the AI that I'm working on will all the enemies will have that same AI, but they'll behave differently based on their attributes. So a goblin will probably be faster, an orc will be slower, that kind of thing, and based on their intelligence value, will determine how how they'll figure out certain things, or how fast they can figure out certain things. So I'm worried that by adjusting the intelligence value of these monsters, they might not be able to figure out, or players might not be able to figure out that, this one acts differently, and therefore you should, I'm afraid that that'll throw them off, which totally not my intention. Can you follow me? Normally I have daggers here, throwing knives, which there's a guy right above me. And I say normally because this is the part where I actually know, not by heart, but I know quite a bit about this area. It's like burnt into your memory. Almost I would say like muscle memory, but that's nowhere near muscle memory, because sometimes you just go, yeah, I know this part, and you just die anyways. Didn't remember there was you though. There you go, you're dead. So, sounds cool. Yeah, it's something that I learned a few tricks for AI. I'm not a computer programmer, by the way, but I do programming, and there's a few tricks in terms of AI, in terms of how they can be self-aware of their environment, and how they can dictate what they should do next based on the player's movement and stuff like that, that I want to apply. How much longer? I don't know. It's 10:30. Maybe another hour or two. I don't know. I tend to stream for a long time when I do, which is, I guess it's one of the reasons why I'm inconsistent in my schedule. Ooh, there's a sweet. I know there's whoever that is. I forgot if there's like a summon thing. Don't want that just yet. Yeah, she is a merchant. Okay. Vika's like, finally the guy managed to kill the White Knight dude, and it's like now we can see some new stuff. Except instead of me facing a wall, what the heck is that? Like a punching? Yeah, it's a fist, right? Oh, okay. You got shit items, lady, but you do sell human effigies in life gems. That's actually pretty handy. And my favorite, but I'm gonna. Oh, it's a blacksmith. Sure, might as well buy it. And knives. I love knives. Should I buy knives? Yes. A decent amount. I already have that. I have a few, so it's like, yeah, okay. I know what I'm gonna do.
Don't abandon a poor old woman.
Well, don't laugh.
My name is Valencia. You're a stranger to this land.
Sort of.
Oh, we get as strangers these days. Everybody's gone and run off. Dranglake's been a pile of rubble since the war fought long, long ago. And the giants crossed the sea. Seemed like the battles would never end.
She was there?
Poor folk like myself had nary a place to sleep. That's why I keep all me things right with me. You may travel light, but methinks you bear a burden of your own.
How is this lady even alive? Well, I just answered my own question.
Say these trees grew from the remains of the giants. From each carcass sprouted new life growing into what you see now. But you know what they also say? Don't believe what an old hag says. It's high time that I pick up a move. I've a bargain for you next time we meet my lover.
All right. Do you actually leave? Because I always remember you here, though. So. All right. I'm gonna go to the blacksmith, and I am going to see what's up. I tend to normally stay longer in these areas than as opposed to going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But now that I'm trying to understand a little bit more of the game, I feel like I should. Especially since I'm trying to prepare myself for... Oh, that's a blacksmith. I was like, who the freaking hell are you? You know what I hated about the blacksmith? And this is why I don't talk to NPCs. You help him out, and he's like, screw you. And I'm like... Open your freaking...
Ah, yes, very good. Now I can get to work.
Uh-huh.
But first, let me set up. Come again.
Right, you just need to... You don't have the animation of you walking around. Got it. I just need to level up. Lady. Have fun achieving more victories and hope to catch your stream some other time. Hey! Thanks for joining. Till next time. Blah, 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 blah. King, yes. Okay. Level up. I wanted... Dexterity up to 10, maybe? For the sword? Yeah, it's fair enough. This reminds me of an awesome NPC interaction in The Witcher 3. Oh yeah? I was gonna say do tell, but that might be spoiling for some people, so. Would you turn this noble act of illustriums into a banal exchange for favors? She goes back to Majula if you keep talking to her, I think. Okay. I have a sword. The buckler is the one that reposts. I also have a bow. But I don't like bows in this game. Like, they're handy, but... Sweet. So, alright, I'm pretty much set. So, I'm going to go back. And, I know my way around here. Alright, she's still there. I think this ends about here. I don't remember anything here. Well, apparently there is a... It's locked. Oh, that's why. Okay, there we go. I know this opens up. I'm not sure how, though. I think just the Cooling Man goes through it. Oh no, I have to bait the grenaders to blow it up, or maybe I do it myself. But yeah, there's another one right here. Whoa, okay. I thought I would have a. Yeah, I knew I was gonna die. Alright. I forgot that these guys were quick. At least I didn't die too far. Okay, just one down. And now they're suddenly easier to handle. Oops. Okay. I missed a swing at one point. But, I don't remember this at all. Whoa, whoa, what the frick did you... Where did you come from? All that and it's locked. Well, I only have 500. I completely forgot what this is. Oh yeah. That was weird. I don't know if I should be here actually, so I'm just gonna go. Then again, I don't think I should be anywhere. You know what? No, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go back. Whoa, hello. There we go. I'm gonna go back. It'll be easier for me to figure out. This is where it gets fuzzy. In terms of details. Not what I wanted to do. Stupid camera. Come on. Done. I think there's another guy shooting arrows. Yeah, there's one there. Okay. Oh, he's got a shield. Hello. I missed. Why? What is it with these guys and me missing? There we go. Backstab. Always satisfying. And then there's this guy, which I can't get to right now. Actually, I don't remember being able to do this part. I think I go here. Whoa, I should have dropped on him. Just as good. Ooh, silver armor? Oh, soldier armor. Nah. Oh, hello. Am I supposed to be able to do this? I guess I go this way. I can't really see where I'm supposed to be. I don't think I can jump through that. So I'm not freaking Assassin's Creed. So this looks bad. So I'm just gonna drop, I guess. It hurts me though. Not good. Okay. And yep. See, how was I supposed to get? No, I think that's the only way. Okay, so that's done. I'm not sure how to get that guy. Unless I can hop on these. That's stupid. I know this is comparing apples to oranges, but if playing a warrior in the Elder Scrolls game felt like this, would you play the warrior class a lot more? Whoops. Um, I don't know if I can answer that. It's like free souls. All right. It's like I don't think I would change anything from like say Oblivion, or I would definitely say change something in Skyrim. But that's just in the overall uh, experience of the combat, as opposed to anything about like the class. So I would keep it as is. What I would change though, like the thing with Dark Souls, or no, not Dark Souls, the Elder Scrolls, is that it allows me to play other character types other than the warrior. Kind of like Diablo allows me to play sorcerer. This game allows me to play casters in some way, but you're still required to some extent to play with like a weapon, like either a sword or something. I've never seen any playthrough of Dark Soul games uh, with that one guy who's just I'm a wizard and lightning bolts everything. There's a finite resource, and I mean it's totally fine to be like that. Uh, Elder Scrolls allows me to play any kind of character that I want, and therefore I wouldn't change anything. Would I play? Would I play warriors more? Um, like in hindsight, like say for Skyrim right now, I'm actually uh, enjoying my playthrough. But if I had a choice between, like, say, a wizard or a rogue, I would probably play a wizard, or maybe even a warrior, because it feels like the game was more designed with that in mind. Because the game's not designed for stealth play. I'm not going to try to fool myself into believing that. Um, you can play as a stealth character, but it's nowhere near optimal. I don't believe at all. So, um, oh, is that how you get to it? Okay. The hell's your problem?
I'm sorry. I was just daydreaming. My name is Kale. I'm a
One
traveler
of the levels in acrobats is to dodge if you held block and pressing the.
navigating the continent to create a map.
I actually feel like Skyrim's combat is better than Dark Souls. So I'm playing Dark Souls because of the dungeon crawler experience. To me, is more robust and fine tuned. Um, Skyrim, because it's a bigger game, focuses a little bit on story and stuff like that. kind of dilutes the experience a bit, and it's designed for different types of character archetypes, like a wizard or rogue, or so it's. I feel like the combat is better in like for melee in Skyrim. The thing is that as a thief, I can't play necessarily as a thief. So, um, had I known that, I would probably play. Like if I decided to replay as a warrior, I'd probably enjoy it a lot in Skyrim. Um, it feels like Skyrim is the kind of game that would take advantage of that. Maybe even as a wizard. So I don't need Dark Souls combat um, in my Elder Scrolls. As a matter of fact, I think I would despise it if it did, because I don't necessarily enjoy third person uh, games that much if I had a choice between first person. And if Skyrim had like Dark Souls combat, then it would require you. Okay, that's not good. It would require you to have a third person camera and nothing else. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not dissing Dark Souls at all. I love it, but to me, it doesn't make sense for an RPG of the Elder Scrolls caliber to try to be anything different than a role-playing game where combat is not necessarily the only option. You could say that, Dark Souls has elements where you could say that you don't necessarily need combat to kill a boss because, if you trigger something else, it'll flip a switch and it's like lava is going to burn them and you can avoid most of the monsters. Like, it has happened in some Souls games. Um, I understand your comments you got in on like I would love Dark Souls combat in my Elder Scrolls, but I don't feel like it. There's a few things in Skyrim that's like flawed. Okay, I'm not sure where to go. Um, the point system in the trees to me feels kind of weird. See, now like for first person game, you need to me the Elder Scrolls is a first person game. You need to make a game designed for first person in mind, and you can't do that. Does that make sense? I'm probably not making sense. Wait, how am I supposed to get to the other side? I know I can somehow. Doesn't it feel a bit too hack and slash in Skyrim, especially if you're just hopelessly slashing in someone with a dagger to just sit there and take it until? Well, okay. Here's the thing. Let's address the elephant in the room. I guess Skyrim's combat. It always comes down to control. Right now, I have a problem with Skyrim combat because I'm trying to stealth, and every action that I do has this weird delay when I click a button and stuff like that. Not like a lag between like I'm clicking the button and it's not registering the attack until later. That would be like a performance issue. But I'm talking about in first person. If I click an attack, Like, this is too slow of an animation to happen for an attack. I mean, it looks fine in third person, but in first person it's too slow. Or like the act of unstealthing and like crouching and going back, it's very stiff and it's very like I have to stop moving to do it. And if I'm in any sorts of motion, then it's like I can't unstealth, so it's really awkward. I think I'm unstealth, but I'm really not, and I have to repress it again for it to register. That so there's a lot of stiffness in its control scheme that makes Skyrim weaker than say Oblivion. Oblivion is like in terms of control is way smoother. Elder Scrolls Online in terms of control is way smoother than Skyrim. It actually plays a lot better. Now, in terms of the mechanics of combat, Skyrim has a nasty habit of throwing a lot of health and giving them to the enemy. Meaning that your per slash, each slash that you do is not really important. And almost the same thing to you, right? So, I mean, of course, you don't want to get one-shotted by an enemy. And I certainly do get hit pretty badly in my playthrough, but it's one of those things where I feel like the health distribution is really weird and off skewed by how much damage you deal. And you could say, well, you know, the game needs to have that padding, unless otherwise it'd be too easy. But there's so many things that the AI can do that I'm talking like what the engine can already do on its own that I feel like you don't need the extra health. You don't need the stuff like that. And like, you know, the Folswarns or something like that, like the native tribal men in the game that are super strong for some reason. It's like they're not wearing anything. Why doesn't my two-handed Buster Sword do any much damage, or my dagger, for example? So because I wield daggers, why doesn't that do damage? That kind of thing. It really sets the tone of the game weird, and it being a hack and slash is not a bad thing. This is a hack and slash too. I mean, you're hacking and slashing, but you're probably asking for some more strategic combat. Jeez, where'd you come from? And there's nothing special here in terms of what the enemies can do with their behaviors that Skyrim can't do. They're just not scripted that way. Right? So to me, I like Dark Souls combat. Like, say if we were to compare apples and oranges, like Skyrim is combat versus Dark Souls. What I like about Dark Souls combat over Skyrim is the idea that combat, when you engage, like this guy, for example, check this out. He's not attacking. Okay. Done. He's dead. In Skyrim, it would take a lot more time, and it gives you the illusion that, and other games do that as well, but it gives you the illusion that combat is more challenging and means anything. It means more, and really, it's just slow pacing. Final Fantasy do that as well. Like some bosses, even in a game like I enjoy Bravely Default on my 3DS, and there are bosses in there. It's like it's not hard. It just takes an insanely amount of time to be able to kill them. And you just need to have that playstyle, like not the playstyle, but the dance, right? There's a dance in Dark Souls that the Elder Scrolls severely lack. Morrowind doesn't have it. Oblivion certainly doesn't have it, because at least I know this game like by heart, or I know a lot about it at the very least. There's no dancing. It's just basically it's a shooter. To be very crude about it, and you're pretty good at one-shotting those skeevers and Scarab. Yeah. See, that feels good. But again, this is third person versus first person, and to me, Elder Scrolls should always be in first. So you need to fix the momentum, and it's not like it can't be done. Um, I would need to play it again, but I thought that Dark Messiah, Might and Magic of Dark Messiah of Might and Magic, did a really good first-person combat. Maybe it's the nature that Skyrim is trying to do too much or whatever, but Fallout 4 I just can't play, so I can't comment. But Fallout 3's combat was pretty good. The fact that it had VATS really improved it. Like, to me, it makes sense to have VATS in there. But if we're talking swords and sorcery, all right, there's got to be something I need to do here. Made it seem outdated when they both released it last year, not because of combat, but pretty much everything else, the writing, the world. Yeah, I mean, The Witcher, like, I will... Oops, I forgot that I reset the world. Oh, that's why. Yeah, alright. I will say a lot of things about the Witcher series that will make it seem like I hate it or whatever, or like I'm super harsh on it. But I can't, regardless of what I say, I cannot stress it enough that it's amazing when it comes to writing and building a world. What I love about the Elder Scrolls series is that it's very subtle about it, which, believe me, it needs to be subtle. But when you go to questing, it's very blunt, it's very in your face. It's like it tries to show you, look, I'm being subtle, or look, we're being clever about this, and it's like, no, it's painful, stop it. Fallout 3's combat is crap compared to Fallout 4's. I guess something about Dark Souls just makes me feel like I'm actually swinging big hammer and swinging someone, compared to Skyrim, where I can't really tell the difference between me wielding a dagger or a battle axe. Yeah, that's a challenge when it comes to perspective. There's no easy answer for this, and it's actually something that I'm struggling with right now with my game. Not that there's combat in my game right now, but we're, on the side we're designing like skills and abilities, and there's a lot of stuff with first-person combat that you cannot do, and if you do it, you're doing it wrong. Like, don't do it. It's stupid. Don't, like, AoE attacks, for example, in first person, stupid idea. Like, don't, come on, dude. I'm trying to talk here while fighting, and you're just, like, spamming. There you go. So, let's take, like, Diablo, for example, a barbarian, yeah? Barbarians have shouts. Barbarians can leap and can smash stuff, and it creates shockwaves around the character. Even World of Warcraft had characters like that, like the, what is it? Hammer Stomp or whatever. I'm not a warrior, so I can't tell. I really don't know, but like they have abilities that do shockwaves, right? In first person, you have no peripheral vision. All you have is like the front. So your all of your abilities have to work with the front, which makes person combat kind of looks weird. But um, because of that, you can't do anything. Yeah, I'm actually kind of stuck in this game right now. I don't know where to go. I know I should be able to reach that location right there, but I'm surrounded by locked doors. I'm surrounded with locked doors. I've seen The Witcher in action, and whoops, and I can understand why Fallout 4 would feel barren compared to The Witcher. Uh, I would say it's most likely an issue with the setting, which is one of the reasons why I don't really play Fallout. Like, I love the comedy. I love the visual um, aesthetics of the world, but I don't feel like it does a good job in game format. Because let me rephrase that. As a picture, the visuals are nice. As a world, it's a junkyard, and to me that has less of an appeal. Whereas like trees and grass and barrels, and to me that's more interesting to look at. And because of that, it feels like all the minute details that you can put, you can actually read it and say, "Hey, this is something I can look at," as opposed to it's just a pile of trash. Like, for example, this is noise, right? Um, you can look at it, it's like, okay, this is swords and stuff like that. But this is Fallout. Essentially, it's like you can sort of make up pieces of a car, maybe, but in a fantasy world, and most specifically like the Elder Scrolls and the Witcher series, and maybe Dragon Age Origins and stuff like that, you know, yes, there is rubble, but you'll never like look at rubble and say, oh, maybe there's like something interesting. Like it's just rubble. Um, and seeing it everywhere, kind of to me, kind of just, eh. Just wait until the Elder Scrolls 6 will set a bar for open world games like Skyrim did. Witcher 3 was heavily inspired by Skyrim and open world exploration. I don't know. I disagree with Zigodin when he says that The Witcher 3 has surpassed every Bethesda game in every aspect. But by all means, have your opinion, because mine is not the rule. But I will say this, and it feels like I do because I'm the one with the voice, and you guys are only like text, so I feel bad about that. Um, but it does set the bar really high in terms of quality, especially when it comes to writing. There's something about the Elder Scrolls that I feel like, as it is, the Witcher series can't surpass. The Witcher, and here's the reasoning: The Witcher is done in such a way that it's very structured. In its structure is very linear. And you can say, well, the quests in Skyrim are linear. Well, yeah, but it opens up a bit more. It's less. It's just like the stories themselves are linear, but the progression through them, the flexibility that you have, are less. At least once you go through the tutorial. Once you pass through the tutorial, Have you tried to run Fallout 4 on your computer? Yes, it does not run at all, ever. So I don't know what to do. So I'm just going to wait until it'll magically run. No, I don't need to go here. There was a dead end. So there's a bunch of dead ends. Am I missing a key somewhere? I'm going to try again here. Graphically, it was obviously similar, but Oblivion made me feel genuinely good playing it. By its bright colors, even though it could be considered generic medieval fantasy. Yeah, I actually enjoyed the colors of. It was probably too saturated, but Skyrim's visual flair is. Oh, this is where I should be going. Oh, it's the branch. There we go. Problem solved. Um, Skyrim is too desaturated. Oblivion is too saturated. So you just gotta do something in between, which I feel, and I know this is not a Bethesda. Stupid fucking. Let me play the game, you stupid. There we go. What was I saying? Yeah, even Elder Scrolls Online, which is not a Bethesda game, looks better than Skyrim, and it looks better than Oblivion. And how can I put this? The have you ever? You should probably look at GDC. GDC is the video game conference, uh, game developers conference, to use the actual words of the meaning of the GDC. And in the GDC vault, I follow most of the developers there, and when they talk about various subjects. Bethesda art team, I think it's not the art director, but one of the asset artists and one of the level designers talk about what they do with modular design and artwork for Fallout 4, and they talk about in relation to Skyrim and Fallout 3 and stuff like that. It's a really good talk. They talk only about the art and stuff like that, and I know that their next Elder Scrolls is going to use the same techniques or similar techniques to what they use with Fallout 4, because they always reiterate on their design and methods, their techniques. So it'll be better, but in the sense, they need to work on something else. Actually, they need to work on the AI. I feel like the AI is the only thing that's really missing from the Elder Scrolls. But I was going somewhere with this. Oh, are you serious? I'm gonna die. Alright, that didn't work. He throws it at my feet, so I can't. Shit. Well, hang on. What I believe Skyrim needs to do, well, not Skyrim, but the Elder Scrolls needs to do, is the writing. First and foremost. Like, I always talk about AI because to me that's an important part of world building, but they just need to get writers somehow. They need to improve their writing. Um, the characters, like I hate characters that are force fed and they make me believe, or the designers believe that I'll care for them. So I hate them. I hate it when developers do that. And I'm not an easy guy to please when it comes to characters, but um, come on. So yeah, I say like you make side quests and stuff like that feel more important. Uh, just better writing. I think, or from the get go, that will make it more immediate, more important. Um, right, and have an impact on gameplay. Like your choices need to matter and not just be like a an aesthetic. Stuff like that. So they just writing number one, and then they need to improve the AI. I feel like the AI is almost to where it should be. Um, it's really hard to talk about Skyrim's issues while I'm fighting here, especially on what needs to be done to fix it. It tries to do both epic and mundane and fails at both. That's one way to put it, and I can't disagree with that. Oh no, did I destroy the black powder? Alright. I think I'm just gonna blow it up with my own dynamite. Um, I don't think I've... See, okay, we're talking about story and writing and stuff like that, and I think it's an important aspect for me to flip it in the other way around. I feel like the Witcher series has too much. It has great story, but it's just too thick, if that makes sense. But if the Elder Scrolls could get to that level, then by all means, it'll be already an improvement. Um, there's a tweet. Oh man, I should find the link for that. It was hilarious. There's a guy who plays Skyrim, and he almost adopts like a dog. Well, he does end up adopting a dog, but the issue that he had was, come on. There you go. That's what I wanted. I just can go home. Hilarity ensues just because he's trying to do this very simple thing. He accidentally kills the dog's owner, and because he feels bad for the dog. He just decides to adopt it, and with that in mind, like hilarity ensues in the fact that his entire story is built on the idea that he needs to find a home for the dog. And that's just the premise of it is just because he feels like he should care for it because he feels responsible for it, and that opens up so much more possibilities. And the Elder Scrolls series is one of the very few RPGs that allows that to happen. So that's what I meant, like when like it's too thick, it's too much story driven for in terms of like Witcher. The quality of the writing is amazing, but it needs like the linearity of it, like the follow the structure. It needs to loosen up a bit. And I know like Witcher 3 is more open world, but it's not just about open spaces and you know the flexibility of I'm going to do this quest and then I'm going to do that quest or I'm going to ignore this one. It's more than that. And I think the AI in the Elder Scrolls is one of their strengths for the series. They just need to up it up a notch because if that's one of their strengths, they need to make sure that they stay on top. Because yes, games like say Dragon Age Inquisition, games like I don't know, Witcher 3, what's the other game in the RPG that's pretty strong right now? I can't think of anything right now. Mass Effect, let's say. Um, they're catching up to the point where you know. So yeah, if they improve the quality of their writing, not so much like the structure of it, I feel like you already have a better game. Um, oh, there's a shield guy protecting him too. All right. Uh, curved swords. What? Did I loot something, or is that somebody just going crazy with the idea of curved swords? All right, somebody's crazy. If it's a reference to something, I don't get it, or I missed something in the dialogue while playing and talking at the same time. Then again, unlike you guys, I haven't played much of Skyrim.
Hello there. Traveling all alone.
It's a Skyrim guard phrase. Oh, okay.
Well, I hope you have a very good reason. Oh, hogwash. Who am I to judge? My name is Pate. I journeyed hither and thither on a sort of treasure hunt, you might call it. Be careful out there. There's talk of unsavory bandits who prey upon travelers like yourself.
I think you put it right on the head, as you go in where it's probably the best way to put it. On the sandbox scale, 1 is Minecraft and 10 is Final Fantasy 13, which good jab by the way. Um, Elder Scrolls is probably a 3, whereas The Witcher is more like a 5. And while we could like argue about like how accurate those numbers are, I feel like it's like a good observation. I think it's a good way to put it because it does feel like that. As much as I would love to have more input in the dialogue in Skyrim, I feel like I even have even less in The Witcher. Um, because it highlights, especially in The Witcher 2, it highlights the one that will progress the story, and it's like, well, that's the point. Amongst other things.
Oh yes, you be cautious if you go any farther. There's treasure in there for certain, but the entrance locks from behind.
Skyrim's a 4.38. Yeah, that's it.
I was with this warrior, you see, and he insisted that he go inside first. The rather brusque fellow tried to swipe the loot for himself, but it trapped him inside. I still have the gent's ring. I do hope he wasn't harmed.
Yeah, if he's talking to the guy in that hall, he's dead. Which I'm trying my best to not be. And I don't know if you guys were here, probably not, but when we started the stream earlier today, I was playing a different game because this game had to be patched and I had to clear up some space. We were playing Shroud of the Avatar, and there's a reason why I have faith in that game, despite the fact that it's horribly incomplete right now. On the subject of RPGs, because as much as I like to say that The Elder Scrolls is a closest thing to an RPG as we can get right now, to the idea in any case. Alright, well that's dead. The Elder Scrolls series is progressively digressing, if I can use these words. And Shroud of the Avatar is... and its developers are trying to go back to the roots, which I would applaud them for that. It's like, okay, we went this way. Like, I'm talking about the industry. The industry went this way with RPGs. They're fun games, but they lost something in that trek. So those developers for Shroud of the Avatar, they decided, well, let's pull back, let's go back to square one, and let's try to go a different route. And where I feel like, yeah, I feel like it's a good way to do it. Although I would prefer that they would still go, like, I would take, like, say, Elder Scrolls, and I would steer it in a different direction as opposed to just reboot from a starting point. But then again, it's like Richard Garriott, he like builds the Ultima series, so it's like the really old series of games, so of course he's got like an old school mentality to it. But he puts Dark Souls in the same category where it's a resurgence of hard games, and people are attracted to these type of games now, whereas other games are kind of just stupid. It's easy or whatnot. And I feel like if the developers have their way, the Shroud of the Avatar will be a game changer in the way that how a story is told and how relevant your decisions are in the progression of your story and your character, and how the game will judge you by your actions. Kind of like what Fable was trying to do, but completely failed because Pillar Monomu. But yeah. So I like where it's going. It's one of the reasons why I backed the game when it was on Kickstarter, despite the fact that I had my own plans. I didn't think there was two of you. Okay. Ah, you son of a... I had him. Alright, he needs to die. Okay. You're next. Wait, where'd you go? Oh, you went back up. Um, Richard Gere is really the origin of all console and PC role-playing games. It's a bit sad he's not a bigger name. Literally every style of RPG nowadays can trace its roots back to Ultima. Yeah, I mean, I feel it's because his attention is on pretty much everything. He's not so much like a developer now as someone who just tries to improve everything. He's big on space exploration. He's big on local transit systems for his home country and stuff like that, his town. He's an astronaut, that kind of thing. So he's big on science. He's big on everything. So I have much respect to that. The fact that the Ultima series kind of went downhill because of like EA and stuff like that. I mean, you know. I mean, he did make Tabula Rasa, which wasn't much of a success. Can't can't excuse him for that. But I also feel like for as much of respect as I have to Richard Garriott, I feel like he misses something. And I always feel like he doesn't understand the importance of user input. Because I have a hard time playing any of the games that he dishes out. Shrouded Avatar, as like I knew it from the get-go, it was going to be a hard game to play for me, and I'm hoping that it's more playable now because it has more modern twists to it. But oh my god! Anyways, he's going at it like where to begin? There's a few things that just don't make sense, and he's insisting on putting them back in the game, and it's discouraging. But I mean, he's an old school player, so he's gonna do it the old school way, and I guess that's the reset that I disagreed with. So, Dragon Age Origins is one of the very few RPGs that I completed. And we're talking like true RPGs, like you know, the Baldur's Gate or the Ultimas, not necessarily Diablo and stuff like that, or Dark Souls is considered an RPG somehow. Like what the hell, you know, Neverwinter Nights and Dragon Age Origins are probably the only RPGs. Oh, Oblivion that I finished. Is there any other RPGs? Pokemon? Does that count? I don't know if that's a boss. I don't think it is. Let's try. I think it's just a hallway. Yeah, it's just a hallway. Thank God. Alright. So I'm here now. Sweet. The boss is at the bottom of the stairs. Got it. Hope Inquisition. I feel like Inquisition did the work, succeeded in the redemption of the license. Not that it needed redemption, but I think it succeeded. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's like an amazing game. I think it came out at the wrong time. Circumstances of the situation. What are my guilty pleasures? I'm gonna take. Hang on. I've been drinking soda for a long time, and I have to go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna pause it here, and I'll be right back. All right, and I'll answer all the questions. All right, I'm back. I'm gonna leave my guy at the bonfire for a second because people are talking about questions and stuff like that. The Inquisition, Dragon Age Inquisition was better than two for sure, but it might be nostalgia talking. I can't beat what Origins did for me. Completely agree on that. What is your guilty pleasure games, Gix? Guilty pleasures. Well, it depends. Like games I feel guilty about playing. Can't think of anything. Like games that I enjoy that most people don't agree are enjoyable. I guess that would be the guilty pleasure thing. Um, I'm a huge fan of Sonic the Hedgehog. I don't look it, I know, but Sonic 2 is probably my favorite console game, and I can play that over and over and over and over and over again. Um, does that answer the question? I'm trying to think of like any other game. Like I'm a fan of the um, Rainbow Six series. Haven't played Siege. It's actually kind of worrying me a bit. So I haven't. I stayed away from it. Was excited for it though. But yeah, I mean, it's not a guilty pleasure. I mean, it's just I enjoyed Destiny, but I had complaints about the UI, and I kind of wanted it to be on the PC. But then Bungie said, "Yeah, we can't do PC anymore because we lost how to do PC games." So I'm trying to think of a guilty pleasure game, and I'm like, man, I don't know. I tend to play quality stuff, so um, I'm never wrong. I don't know. Like I know back in the day, Oblivion was considered like a poor man's RPG. I never felt guilty about that. I thought Morrowind was a piece of shit. Um, I mean, my opinion on it changed, obviously, but I'm trying to think, like, guilty pleasure. That's a hard one. Like, I'm trying to think of all the games that I own that I love playing, and I'm like, I love a lot of games. I have a guilty pleasure for first-person shooters. Yeah, I mean, I enjoy first-person shooters. Depends on the kind, though. I'm not a fan of. See, the problem with first-person shooters nowadays is they're all like console games. For the most part, Call of Duty. I haven't played a Call of Duty since the original. I'm actually not excited for Overwatch, but that's different, I guess. It's a different thing. Um, Guilty pleasure. No, I can't. See, I'm hard pressed. I can't find a good answer to that question. I would have to say Sonic because it's like um, the character is known to be ruined and have poor gameplay and stuff like that. I never played the new ones because they're shit, anyways. So I already have that understanding, but I love the concept of Sonic 2. Um, I guess you could say World of Warcraft is a guilty pleasure, but even that I don't find like I don't play it anymore. I haven't played it in a long time. I did buy the expansion of Warlords of Draenor, but I quickly fell off of it because it was just mind-bogglingly. Um, it was pretty. I had its moments, but it didn't. hook me back in. So I can't answer that question because I don't think I have any guilty pleasures. Um, let's see. I'm going to try to answer the other ones, and if I think of a better answer to that, I'll come back to it. Let's see. Tactical cam never went anywhere. They also ruined the tactics system for NPC companions. Well, that's the only thing that was good of the, like, not the only thing. I think that was one of the best things about Dragon Age Origins for me that they completely removed in the other Dragon Age. And the only thing I have to ask is why. Because I hate party members that I have to nanny and babysit. It's one of the reasons why I don't necessarily enjoy. I enjoy Baldur's Gate, but I can't play it long enough for long periods of time. Same thing with Pillars of Eternity, although they did minimize the nannying on that game, so it's more enjoyable than Baldur's Gate. I, like the old Ultima games, like I can't stand those. And any other games that do that? I'm trying to think. Pretty much every other RPG, like the Final Fantasy games and stuff like that, like I don't like handling other characters. I want to have other characters in my party, but I want them to be computer controlled. And Origins allows me to do that. It allows me to use scripts, and you know the AI is not that bad. I played through the entirety of Origins on a fairly high difficulty, not the highest, on AI alone, and you would pause it once in a while, but I would normally have the camera closer to my character, almost like I have it on in Dark Souls right now because you can't play first person, and I had a great time. So yeah, if Brink was your favorite game, that would be a guilty pleasure. I never played Brink. I guess Halo is a good guilty pleasure game, but Halo was good, and I would probably enjoy Halo now if the game would play on my computer. But they don't exist on my computer. They only exist on Xbox, and I hate consoles, generally speaking. So can't play Halo. So I can't even say that I'm like that's my guilty pleasure. Halo 1 was amazing. Um, Most of the Dark Souls community would probably consider Dark Souls 2 a guilty pleasure, I guess. But I'm the only one that hates it. No, I don't hate it, but I'm the only one that's like severe on it. Um, have one for Elder Scrolls Online. Everybody always give it a bad time. It's actually really fun. It's a great game, and I can't even call that a guilty pleasure. I guess that's why like I can't answer it because I'm confused. It does things that other games can't do or don't do as well as the game. So it's like, what else do you want? Um, yeah, if it goes on sale, go for it, man. It's a free to play. Well, you have to buy it, but there's no subscription anymore. Technically, there is a way to get a subscription fee to get like the you get the new content for free kind of thing without buying. And right now they went it with like a almost like a Guild Wars model where it's free to play, but if there's a new expansion, you won't have access until you buy that expansion kind of thing, which is a smart move. Let me tell you, writing a review for a is the hardest review to write. Oh, are you a reviewer? I had to review. Okay, you reviewed Brink. Hey, it had some potential. So, It's easy when the games are amazing or terrible, but middle of. Have you ever played Hellgate London? I've never beaten Dark Souls with keyboard and mouse, but I'm playing it with keyboard and mouse. I'm having a great time. Um, Wait, shit, where am I supposed to go now? I have to go around. I have to open the doors, which I never did. Um, which I don't need to be here, actually. But yeah, Dark Soul. Hellgate London was a game that I was satisfied with, but I was also very disappointed in. Because it was created, it was done by the creators, my favorite, the creators of Diablo. So you can imagine, like, my awestruck, like, oh my god, this is going to be amazing. And for the most part, it was pretty good until, like, they decide to destroy it. But the fact that Q&A was terrible in that game. They were using technology that wasn't tested, and they never really fixed any of the bugs. And even today, which is being supported by Bandai, it's still the same game. Like, they really didn't do anything with it. And it was so huge that they had plans for comic books and stuff like that. I have the collector's edition, and it has a comic book, and it's super cool. It's a waste of a cool setting. What's my favorite RPG of all time? Define RPG, and I'll answer that for you. I think IGN gets too much hate. Then again, all the big reviewer sites gets too much. How to say this nicely? I tend to avoid review sites in general because I don't really care about what they have to say, but IGN is like the one site that I really make a business of staying the hell away from. I actually have way more respect of Kotaku. I had my spelling wrong. Than I do with than the IGN. IGN will bait you. Kotaku has... Okay, the problem with Kotaku is that they have a tendency of creating a lot of drama. In how they write their articles and stuff like that. I mean, it gets attention. Sure, I'm dead. Um, but that's the only thing I have wrong against it. They provide some news related, like game related news that I feel are still relevant. I just hate watching a perfectly fine review done by an IGN writer and then seeing people complain for silly reason in the comment. I wrote a blog, because I do have a blog, but I wrote a blog post, I think a couple of years back, um, that talks. It's almost like I'm reviewing an IGN article, and the IGN article was just so stupid, and it was written only to create dispute among fans. Like, it wasn't even meant. It's not even smart. Like, there was nothing intelligent about the post. So I can't say like all of IGN is bad, but since that post, I'm like, I'll never go to that site ever again. Maybe the guy's gone. Maybe he's got fired. I don't know, but it's just it ruins reputations, man. That's why people get fired, is because they don't want to repeat history. So they wrote an article, and it's like funny because we're talking about RPGs and the Elder Scrolls and Dark Souls, and it was an article about how I think it was Dark Souls 2. It could have been Dark Souls 1. I'm not sure anymore. It was like why Dark Souls 2 will revolutionize RPGs, of some stupid headline like that, and how it's like the savior of the, like, how it'll fix RPGs, and how like Skyrim is stupid, or whatever bullshit article that it was. And the reasoning was that they had a some measure of scale, that somehow Dark Souls was bigger than Skyrim, and that the dragons in Dark Souls were better than the dragons in Skyrim, and like there was no quantifiable data. It was just like some guy's opinion, just trying to rile up some fans about how Skyrim sucked, and how Dark Souls was like immensely better because their dragons were better in design. And I just lost all respect. Like, if you go to my YouTube channel, I think I have a link to my blog, which in there's a link to the article. Hang on. I think I'm safe if I'm here. Let me find the headline. I have to, now that we're on the subject. I won't link you the blog post, but I think it was in 2011, which for some reason opening 2011 does not work. The worst article I've read in a long, long time. Okay, IGN article on Skyrim and Dark Souls. Okay, what was the title of it? Top 5 reasons why Dark Souls will eat Skyrim face. And then here's 5 reasons why Dark Souls will save gaming. Oh, it wasn't even about the RPG, it was just gaming in general. And it's on the, if you follow my blog, it's on the, like, the 2011. I was on a bus to Ottawa when I wrote this. I wrote a huge comment about it. It was just, ah. Anyways, I had to share that info, and it's. Dark Souls is not fixed save gaming. Like you can't put that. And hang on, did I write what? Did I quote the reasons? Give me a second. I know I'm not playing the game right now, and it's like um yes. I kind of go point by point. So the argument that Dark Souls is supposedly better than Skyrim is that it offers a truly innovative multiplayer. That was one of their reasoning. Truly innovative multiplayer. That was their number one argument. The second one was the pricing on Dark Souls DLCs. Which automatically makes a game better than the other one. The size and scope of the games. Now, in my own blog, I argue that I can't really. So, all their articles that they write, well, not all of them, but the articles that grabs my attention are all the ones that are designed to just spew nonsense. So I just don't, nah. And I quote, that this is number 5. Some fans are praising the game simply because it has dragons. They're talking about Skyrim. Have they seen Dark Souls dragons? So, all their articles that they write, well, not all of them, but the articles that grabs my attention are all the ones that are designed to just spew nonsense. So I just don't, nah. But yeah, defining an RPG, it's a hard one to define, right? Especially nowadays, since everybody's doing their own version of whatever they feel is, like, the genres now don't mean anything, like the names, the labels. It's like, you know, what do you call, like, an action hero movie? Well, it's an action hero movie. But some of them have, like, if you've watched Ant-Man, it's a heist movie with superheroes in it, right? A lot of people are confused now with the term roguelike because now there's so many games, like Binding of Isaac is considered a roguelike, and I'm like, I like the game, but where does it fit in the definition? I don't know. If that person had chosen different premise for that article, it would have been fine. Like, top reasons why I'm looking forward to. But that forced comparison with Skyrim is nonsense. But not only that, but if you ever go back and dig up the article, which I'm sure you can find it somewhere, um, it goes on and on and on about bashing Skyrim and stuff like that and praising the Lord of Dark Souls or some bullshit. So it's like, it wasn't just the title; it was just the entire mood of it. And to be right, he was right. To be fair enough, he was right. Ah. Now, if I were to give you guys a definition, to me, RPGs is simply as this, right? And I know it's not really a definition, but as far as computer games go, the feeling that you have while playing Dungeons and Dragons, if you can replicate that in a video game, you have an RPG. Now, I'm not saying that you need dice rolls. I'm not saying that you need a dungeon master. I'm not saying that. Um, what else am I saying? I'm not saying that you need multiple players to participate. I'm not saying that you need to see your character from a top-down perspective, or not at all, because Dungeons and Dragons, you don't even need figurines to play the game. You just need your own imagination. What I'm talking about is if you can ask yourself, what would my character do? And if you can have a moment where you can go to the bar and order ale and interact with NPCs that has nothing to do with the story, to me, that fits within the realm of RPG. I mean, it's not a real definition, it's not a tangible definition, but um, I would use that as a baseline. I remember one-shotting this boss when I first played this game, and now I'm trying to remember what happened, because I'm probably going to fail this time. Or did I two-shot him hit? I don't know. Anyways. The last giant. Is he the last giant? Because people mention like multiple giants. Trying to think of a better way to describe RPGs, but in my mind, and it's one of the reasons. Oh, shit. It's one of the reasons why I feel like The Elder Scrolls is the best to recreate that sensations, because you can basically be free and whoa, and the NPCs react. So to answer a question that was asked way before, and someone asked me, I forgot who, what is my favorite RPG of all time? I think that medal has to be given to uh, hmm. I actually don't know where I'm going. Actually, right now, hang on. I'm gonna die, so I'm gonna run away because I'm not supposed to be here. I go downstairs as a habit, but I know that's not where I'm supposed to be. So, I want to say Oblivion. But I do remember spending a lot of time playing Neverwinter Nights, at least online, with persistent servers. I will say Oblivion. Because it does a lot of things right. See, I have a problem calling Dark Souls an RPG. I mean, you could say it is, but I feel like Dark Souls is a good definition of why it's not an RPG. Does that make sense? Everything about Dark Souls, for me, screams of not RPG. Skyrim has Dragonborn, you can't top that. There's a guy here, if I remember correctly. Here it is. Hopefully I won't die, which I just remembered that I need to eat, drink a flask before I die. Okay, so let me kill this guy, and I'll explain to you why I feel like Dark Souls is almost like the best example of the non-RPG. We've been doing a lot of tangents recently, but I kind of like these talks, so if you guys enjoy that, we'll continue. Um, Seems more about an action game than various. Well, you can have RPG that's action. It's one of the reasons why I love Fallout 3 or even Oblivion. It's got action in it, but or you could say, well, it's an RPG with action elements in it. Sure, fair enough. Um, but the thing about Dark Souls, how do I explain it? I'm trying to do that without bashing it because it's not my purpose right now. You know what I told about like the experience of the Dungeons and Dragons. Um, you can have a sense of wonder, fair enough, exploration and all that stuff. That's all great. But you can do that with pretty much any game, right? Mario Brothers. Oh my God, what this mushroom is gonna do? Um, the reason why RPGs are riddled with stats is because back in Dungeons and Dragons, there weren't any. I wrote a blog about this, but there's back in the 70s, people didn't really have computers to play RPGs with. So you need a set of dice and rules for players to understand to be able to play the game correctly. We don't need that anymore with computer games, and yet somehow that stuck for some reason. And to me, there's nothing that tears you out of an RPG than min-maxing stats or understanding what does my strength do and what does my stamina do and what does the +5 do and whatnot. And what the hell, right? Like I'm not trying to bash Dark Souls. It's just not an RPG. It's got so many stats of the wazoo that I like it does the opposite, right? Like the opposite of the I mean the story is all great and all that stuff, and the flavor is all great and all that stuff. The dungeon crawling experience is all great. Um, the combat, everything is resolved through combat. Now you know how weak an RPG is when the only option it gives you is combat. Because I don't know if you ever played tabletop RPGs, but there's tons of ways that you can solve problems. And the Elder Scrolls kind of do it in a weird way because you got like the stealth way and you got the magic way, the mage way or the magic way, and you got the fighter way and stuff like that. It kind of gives you variants of the same thing, which is combat. But sometimes like um, if you cut the rope, you trigger a trap and it kills the enemies. Or, what about quests where you can enter dialogue and just say, yo, dude, I'm not interested, you know, go away. And then the boss just leaves. Like, they don't do that really that much. I mean, you could say that the Elder Scrolls doesn't really do that much because it tends to focus a lot on combat. But there are some elements where they could do quests that are handled with dialogue and stuff like that. And I'm pretty sure there are quests actually in Skyrim that do that. I just haven't seen much of them. So, I think Morrowind is a good example of a game that kind of does that actually. So if you don't do the combat in Dark Souls, there's no game left. Pretty much. It's not like the way you put it though. Technically, you can also choose not to combat and just explore the world and talk to people, which is true. Where the weak sauce is the fact that, well, if you do enter in conflict, RPGs should allow you multiple avenues other than combat and like other than ending the life of your opponent. And the Elder Scrolls are kind of weak in terms of that aspect, and most RPGs are, but Dark Souls' point is to kill or not to kill or die trying, right? So just those two aspects. I'm not going to say anything else because I don't want to like Elder Scrolls or Dark Souls are bad or whatever. Like they're amazing games, but to me they're not RPGs. Um, Deus Ex is actually a good example of. Yeah, I think Deus Ex. Have I played this harder? No, I have not. I heard it was a good stealth experience. Could I call that an RPG? I don't know. I've never played it. I can't rely on labels anymore that other people give games. So, yeah. You should work for Eidos Montreal. I know people there, and it's apparently way better than working at Ubisoft. And I know people from Ubisoft, so it's like, yeah. I actually can't stand the Ubisoft people. They have a weird attitude. Anyways, see, I want to see the face. I want to see the arms. Can you camera up, please? What games have I worked on? Nothing worth mentioning, to be honest. My background is in cinema. Oops. I have worked on homebrewed video games before. Like the one I'm working right now is not my first one, although it is the first one worth mentioning. I have consulted some developers on some games. One that's been that actually got out and sold in stores is Papo and Yo. Cool team, by the way. It's a shame that they were so focused on the trend of having the indie message to go through despite some gameplay flaws. But, I mean, I told them what I felt, and I did some beta testing on that, or just testing, but that wasn't my main goal on that game. The moment I consume a health, the guy kills me. Okay, what movie did I worked on? I worked on. I helped finish one, and I helped start one. The ones that you would know, anyways. Superman Returns. Actually, that would be 3. Superman Returns, Journey. But the one I made most of the work was, if I can remember the title, Rise of Cobra, G.I. Joe. What was my job? Yeah, my job is CGI. Didn't do too much in Superman Return. But yeah, my company was all involved. Like it was because it's all like American, like California stuff, and we're in Canada, so we were one of those studios, like third party to handle like some shots, some effects. My work on GI Joe was mainly previs animation, so it wasn't anything that like what you saw on screen wasn't necessarily my work. It was just like uh, a shadow, I guess, or imitation of my work, if that makes sense. Um, Ninja Turtle. Alright, don't block his attacks. Shit. Nope, I'm dead. And I lost all my souls. Great. Perfect. Yeah, my background is in like cinema special effects and stuff like that. So I worked for GI Joe. I worked on. That's probably the last movie I've worked on actually, because then I kind of shifted focus for games. Which ironically I went to movies to work on games. Um, but yeah, the 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 shots that I worked on were mainly the stuff from the climax. So pretty much every shot in the underwater scene, I had a dabs at it. I worked on that. Okay, now I'm just outright terrible. And I did a couple of shots with the airplanes and the rockets and stuff like that. So if you remember the script or the story, uh, there's an airplane. The G.I. Joe airplane kind of chases down like not nukes but giant missiles. And I did a lot of those shots. Not the final renders, but I worked on those shots, and I also did like the submarine scenes and stuff like that. So now I just mainly focus on games, even though if it's mostly independent nowadays. To be honest, I haven't really worked on that many stuff that it's worth mentioning, but those are like the big ones. Come on. There you go. That's what I wanted. Oops. Morrowind, just so many Artifacts, just reading a book on Mara and Terminal. Heard there are some cool real-life escape games in Montreal. Have you been to any of those? I'm not sure what those are, so I would say no. It's amazing how a game without quest markers will give you a feeling of accomplishment. Well, that's because the developers are treating you with like respect. So, yeah. Like I understand why Oblivion had quest markers. But at least the writing was good. Those places where you enter specific rooms in groups and have those souls puzzle or progress to the next room. I have not done that. Actually, I would feel like that's like super stressful to do, so I don't know if I would do that willingly. Maybe if my friends say, "Hey, let's try this out. This sounds really cool," I'm like maybe. But on my own, I would probably never do that. Oops. Oh, don't tell me about it, Jetty Nova. Like that's like. Have you seen my Let's Play series? It's me trying to struggle without the quest markers. I'm not sure how many swipes he takes. Oops! Should have dodged that. Okay. The only thing that in Oblivion that really bothered me was the quest pop-up. Once you turn that off, which you can't do with the game, you have to install a mod for it. It's a really simple mod. Once you remove that, the game becomes way more enjoyable. Which I explain in my Let's Play series, actually. I feel like, look, I'm thinking back about like the real life escape games. I feel like I would be a terrible participant. I have the impression that a lot of my opinions on games contradict what a lot of people think about them. My opinions on Super Smash Brothers or Dark Souls or the Elder Scrolls and all that stuff, they kind of clash with a lot of people's. I mean, we agree on a lot of elements, sure, but I don't know. I'm surprised the Let's Play for Oblivion haven't continued. Whoa! I got distracted by reading. Apparently I did not stab the guy. Okay. Did I officially give a reason? Yeah, there we go. I'm dead. Oh, I'm still alive. Okay, now I'm dead. Did I officially made a video about explaining why I did I stopped or put on Oblivion on hiatus? The reason is because I play that game so much. And to go back a bit, I started the Let's Play because, oh come on, because I couldn't play Morrowind for a while because of some technical problems. So I used Oblivion as a filler. But the moment Skyrim was released, oh jeez. Did I die dead? Oh shit. Yeah, my performance after midnight is just crap. Yeah, when Oblivion, when I couldn't play Morrowind, I started Oblivion. Skyrim didn't exist yet. And for a while I was balancing the two. I did Oblivion during the weekends and I did Morrowind during the week. Then Skyrim showed up, and I tried to do 3, and then it was just, okay, I can't do that. I was burning myself up for all Bethesda, all Elder Scrolls, and I just couldn't do it. And I made the choice to pause, almost indefinitely, Oblivion, because I've already played that game so much that I want to experience the new stuff. I kind of would have preferred to end the Let's Play on a, somewhere elsewhere than the cliffhanger, because I was working on a Mages Guild quest, which was my only plan in the first place, is to not go beyond the Mages Guild. So there's that. Screw it. I'm just gonna run. I'm gonna try to do the boss. Well, I thought I communicated that, so that's why I'm a little shocked that... Oh, crap. Open. Here we go. Keep your Oblivion save files on a thumb drive locked away. I do still have my... Actually, the entire folder of Oblivion with all the mods, I think it's stored on a CD somewhere. So I do still have them. I think it's also an external hard drive, but that hard drive is unplugged right now. But I do know where it is, so I can always come back to it. Will I ever go back to my ponytail? Most likely not. Not to say I was going through a phase, but I learned a valuable lesson with the ponytail, so I'm probably never going to go back to it. Come on. Oh, I can swap freaking feet. Rest in peace, Pirate Gix. Yeah. Well, I still have the bandana, but maybe. He's actually a very easy boss to fight. It's just that if you screw up once, you're kind of screwed. And my total health right now isn't helping, so it's like I don't have much of a problem with this boss. I know how to beat him. It's just a matter of execution. Unlike like some of the other bosses, which is just painful, like the slugs, or the slug, I should say. I will actually stop it here. I think I played enough Dark Souls. I'm gonna solo cam here for a minute and exit.